There it goes. Let's see. It's kissing. There we go.
There it
Oh,
is.
I just hit my Dow target. That works for me.
Probably terrible entry, but
All right. Anybody fading here?
That's
I did.
shit.
maybe genius. That's too
Yeah,
much
but the thing
cojones
is,
for me.
I'm too scared to hold it for too long because I know the trend is down. I think fade trades in
Yeah.
general,
Quick.
unless you can keep a
Yeah,
run on it.
I'm just holding my short.
Like we were talking about this yesterday with Drake stock. The better trade is to actually short the. Yeah, I just reshorted it.
Wow.
Slow
My
momentum.
execution on that was crap. Adding to my short, and I should have used a limit, but I clicked market, and of course it dropped right to fill my order. Thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
yeah. Yeah, I mean the slow momentum was a good place. You know.
Yeah. It's still all about the short right now.
I think it's changing over though. We're about to. Well, it's a good area to expect to change over.
Still short.
No.
Adding to my short, I should have.
There we go. I don't know. Looks like it's gonna. Well, I would call that level before. I don't know if you saw on Discord, or did I? I thought I did. I could be losing on mine too. Let's see. I mean, yeah, well, 41 or so, which is a strong level on chart 4. So, or weak level actually, 460. I meant to say 460. Yeah. The next one is 411 or 408, around there. It's already a check on chart 2 and continued down there.
Yeah. Or change over.
Yeah, it could be. It'd have to spend another 15 minutes here for it to be a changeover, though, I think. Here.
I'm fading this, but not feeling good about it.
No, it's hard to feel good about this one particularly because it's potentially in a changeover state, but those are the ones that, if they work really well. I'm gonna attempt a short here shortly. So, get to my level.
Yeah, I'm going flat. I'm gonna wait this a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. I mean, the next shorting up to 507, probably starting around 494 to 507 is probably the best trade that exists right now.
But the M9 still seems to be providing support. Needs to break down below that.
Yeah, I'll get out, or I'll probably get out of one if it does close above the RDA here in chart 2.
I shorted that the RDA. I don't know if that's a good thing, but it just doesn't feel. It's just sitting here for too long. Right? It's not answered very strongly.
I think I'm gonna get out.
Yeah, I got knocked out.
Here's the move.
Ladies palm.
Well, I reverse here, so.
What do we think it's trying to do? Touch that weekly open?
It's gone for the 50% of the opening range so far. And then we'll see. I mean, it bounced off the opening. Well, actually, not to bounce off the opening range low, but I mean, it hit really that pretty obvious level at 459 on chart 1, as well as, I mean, that's another level on chart 4. So there's the RDA on chart 4 up at 504.
Yep.
So I don't know. I got knocked out, but I'm going to start shorting again. But I think you should be very careful about it super impulsing up. So I wouldn't get too aggressive with the shorts yet, just because they could push it up. The buyers could push it up to 540. So I'm not going to get too aggressive on it. And then we're 5 minutes from the opening range close. Yeah, they're going to push it up to 540. Little assholes.
They just pushed through the opening range, though, through the mid of the opening range.
Yeah, well, it's still developing, though. I mean, well, yeah. That's pretty much where the opening range is going to be, because it's not going to take out the high or the low.
No, I'm saying that there was no reaction.
Oh, yeah.
The mid of the opening range, like you were saying.
Yeah, seeing those assholes push it up to 540.
Spiking up.
Yeah.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order
Man.
filled. Order filled.
Yeah, so like I said before, they pushed it up. Idiots pushed it up to 540. Stupid buyers. I guess they wouldn't have been stupid if I would have been with them. Now that's stalling up there in the buy side. So, I don't know if I don't know if it has enough strength to actually try to push the actual open of this candle at 550, but maybe it does. Yeah.
Rex, if you be so kind, can you please check your stream for YouTube?
Yes.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
don't see your
No
chart.
screen.
I apologize. Yeah.
Thank you.
I forgot to set that up. I mean, even on, I mean, there's a very, yeah, 550. I don't know. I might get out here just because I don't trust these idiots on the buy side. I'm waiting to get out and break even. There we go. Break even. Come on.
Order filled.
These idiots. Now I don't know what to trade. Now we got 2
Fire.
minutes before the actual opening range closes, so
I was up to test that 535 range. I think there's argument to short it there, but it's not
yeah.
a real strong argument.
No, I'd wait for an upward test and a failure. Probably right around 550.
Yeah.
Order
I'm
filled.
going to follow these idiots up. They're probably not going to go up now that I'm trying to follow them. I'm just in a participation trade though, just 3 lots.
That's like the trophy, huh?
But
What's going
it's
on?
amazing how this level, the 454, how well it worked, right?
The 454 level? Or
Yeah, if you look on C4, you
oh,
will see a strong level there at 454. It bounced off of it perfectly.
oh yeah. I think 556. I mean, I guess it's up to 556 and then short 556. Unless this is all it wants to actually go to the downside and it wants to just rip up the rest of the day. I don't know. Maybe the market saw that horrible Apple ad. I don't know if anybody saw that other. I
What's this?
watched some of the Apple stuff or from yesterday and had one of the wokest, dumbest ads I've ever seen.
August.
I mean, they
That's a
went
great adjective.
they went peak woke. So, you know, I almost threw up.
Did you see Iron Man?
No, I don't care about superhero movies anymore.
Oh no, Iron Man's black chick now.
Oh, really? Yeah, they're
Everybody's
doing
got
it
a
all.
social agenda.
Yeah, nothing can just be just fun and entertainment anymore. It all has to have a message.
Every single superhero
Yeah.
movie is just subliminal messaging now.
It's so interesting to me how different the SPX is from the NDX lately.
Yeah, I'll have
Like
to
they're
check that
starting
out.
they're starting to decouple a little bit.
Hmm.
Like before, they used to move almost the same exact. I mean, direction-wise, they move the same, but like distance-wise,
Oh,
percentage-wise, they seem to be moving differently now.
SPX is searching or is reaching for its weekly open. Looks like.
If you do the chart of SPX over NDX, yeah, you can see
It's going for the weekly open. I mean, that's what it's really trying to do. These dumbasses are trying to hit their weekly open. So, I'm sorry for the noise. I'd say the weekly open is where it's going.
This week's open
Yeah.
at
NDX.
4473. Oh, you mean the
Yeah, it's gonna. They're. I mean, I don't see any cause to be short anymore.
right? But listen, the on the SPX, that's at the open today. It was bouncing off of the yesterday's. Sorry, not yesterday. Is that the open? Like, I'm trying to understand your levels here. Yeah, it is yesterday's open.
Yeah, well, at the open today, it did tag yesterday's open and then sold off pretty harsh.
Yeah.
The SPX.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
tagged it like 5 times.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Yeah. Well, on the 5, and at least it's 3 times.
On the 5th time didn't even reach it, but like, yeah, that's where I faded because that was just.
But I mean,
So
unless it breaks down here, I mean, the obvious target is the weekly open. So it's just gonna grind up there until it gets there. From what I can see on both the SPX and the NDX, they're kind of both in the same position. And we're above the 0 line here today, right now, as well as big tech. I mean, if you're looking at it from the NDX perspective, big tech has recaptured its weekly open. I don't know. I just don't see any more cause to be short anymore. And then the SPY, well, the SPY is the same thing. Let's go look at the ES. So the ES did capture its weekly open, not the actual index weekly open yet.
yeah, that's what I was saying. That the SPX sort of already did that. So
You okay, buddy? Oh, crazy dog. What? You might have to go to the bathroom. I might. What's wrong, buddy? You all right? Someone's a little temperamental today. I didn't give him any attention this morning. He was a little mad. Crazy drunk doggy. So far up about 33,641 today. So not bad.
Rex, how do you get it up so quickly like that?
I mean, you know, I was in 42 lots on that sell off. So that explains some of it. So I
Blink and you're up 50K. I'm like, dude, how's he doing this?
I'm just like, right now I don't like where we're at. So I'm just in 3 lots. I'm only in 3 lots on the NQ. So just because I'm waiting for it to tag more or less 553 and then probably sell that and then buy on the false breakdown is what I'm looking for.
Don't we have a strong level here at about 548 on
Yep.
C3?
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking
Yeah.
for. I'm trading up to that, and then I probably will. I'll do probably 15 to 20 lots, or maybe 30 lots. Um, uh, you know,
Is that your go ahead to go deeper in long, or you're talking to short it there?
um, I would short it there. So I'll short at the heavy level, but I want to see it break 555
Yeah.
and get up to maybe 561, and then I would short around anywhere from, I don't know, probably 15 to 21 lots.
Looks like oil is shooting up. Anything on oil?
I was in oil, but then I got
Working.
knocked out. So
Uh-huh.
I'm waiting for. It looks like it's going to go to the next level, but so I actually do have entries in now that you mentioned that right down to. We'll do one lot here. Right down to 88.71, and then maybe a retest down to 88.43 for a long.
Dude, Rex, I feel like you're so patient looking at your trades.
I have become more patient. I'd say the last 6 months. Part of it is I just got sick of just super scalping, so I've focused more on the higher levels. Chart 4 and everything. All right, we're there now. So
All right.
but there's a prime example there
Very
where
nice.
it was pretty obvious where it was going. So then just kind of go along for the ride at participation trade, and it's another $1,100, right? So, that's so now this is where
Whoa.
I'll call the bluff on this move. I don't think it's going to move up. It might, but I don't think these idiots are going to push it up. I mean, one of these moves, I do think October is going to be a so for anybody that's watching, I know there's a few questions. I plug my broker into TradingView. I don't trade on TradingView. I don't like. I don't think the TradingView trading is all that. It just doesn't work for me. It's the nice way to say it. But so yeah, I do plug it in TradingView.
Oh, so you're actually trading on something else, but we're just seeing your trades on
Right.
TradingView.
Yeah,
And I think the reason for that was because TradingView is so adamant about streaming only TradingView. Like they're so Nazi that
yeah,
they
yeah. They're super Nazis about. You can't really even show any other platform or anything else. They want you to only trade their stream their platform. But I'm trying to work it out so I can actually stream maybe the 4 chart setup on. I think I'm sharing my actual window on Discord, which I just have to figure out. Do you have to go?
Yeah, they should put him upstairs.
Oh, he can be down here. He's fine. I think he had to go to the bathroom. I'll go get him in a little bit so he can be with the men. Anyways, I don't know what I was saying. I'm only in 2 lots on CL. I haven't looked at GC yet. It's in this range. So it's either short right now or buy the pullback on the week on the daily open at 1935 spot 4. Where's everybody else? Anybody else short here?
I'm shorting NQ, but only one lot.
Yeah.
Shorting NQ from 551 spot 003 lots.
Oh,
Okay, sweet.
3 is good because it can scale out I guess.
For those that are watching on YouTube or
Hold
on
on to my
TradingView,
longs.
you'll want to follow on Discord. You'll
yeah.
see a link down below that says join Discord.
Looking at
So on TradingView,
all
just
the way
definitely
to
down there. We do a lot more stuff on
588,
TradingView.
looking
Share a lot more things.
the short period.
Share a lot more charts and strategies. I took a quick short after it popped the day high and men's okay with 5
I got
contracts.
stops
Ken
in
Graves
profit.
says.
'Cause
Yeah.
this is crazy zones.
Well, it's stalling here.
Still up on oil, one lot, 89, spot 11.
You're already trading oil. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's, you know what, it's stalling here. So it's either going to really rip down and do a fake break, or it's going to go up and hit the next level right around 600.
Yeah.
See what these crackheads are doing on Apple. Oh, this is the guy that I was streaming yesterday, the end of day stream that you guys said I should check out. I didn't get a chance to check him out. He was last on my list. Yeah, I mean, it's doing exactly what we said, or what I said. It's going to go up here, break up here, and then, but it's still going for the weekly open at 409, the NDX. So did Bitcoin hold its low? It did. Bitcoin is doing pretty well. It looks like it's going for, well, it's right now it's messing with the slow momentum. Oh, there we go. Got to sell off. So I'd take profits quick on this sell off and then see maybe where you'd want to reverse.
Right. We are almost at
The RDN chart too.
the RDA. Yeah.
Yeah. I think there or the extreme band at 530, but I have trailing stops in. I don't trust these guys. These little buyers. So what I was saying is I did some analysis. Sorry to cut you off, but I think
Okay, go ahead.
October is setting up for some kind of multi-event thing, whether or not it's the president or the placed president to be stepping down. I think that might be one event. It could be in a war in Israel. I think there's various rumors out there or various things on if you track this stuff that
Well, I think they're scheduled another bike ride for Biden.
yeah,
That's
exactly.
gonna be an event.
Yeah, he's gonna
Pretty
fall.
funny.
But I do think he's gonna.
After he comes back from European trip, kissing Chinese communist butt.
Or maybe the plane just disappeared over the Atlantic or something. You know, we never hear from it, so who knows? I mean, I probably shouldn't say that because it'll probably get me on the list. But yeah, I think that's that. I don't know. I see multiple things from charts perspective as far as signaling that something's in the air in October. So I think October is going to be filled with one or two surprises. It could be around the current, war in Ukraine. It could be something to do with maybe the highest office here in the land here, or it could be Middle East. I don't know. So what I think is one of the, if the NQ gets up to its highs, it loves to trap people. So I'm wondering if it gets super exuberant here towards the end of the month, I think everybody should be really concerned, is what I'd personally say, being in the markets this long, or at least for as long as I have.
Daughter getting married in October. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Just throwing some humor out there. Poor attempt.
Yeah, I don't know.
Wait, you're getting married in October, you said?
No, I have a daughter getting married in October.
Oh, you do?
I
Okay.
got married 30 years ago. I did it right.
Hey, props to you, man.
Props to her. She puts up with me.
Yep. True that. Okay, it hit the RDN chart too. So now it's just a matter, is it going to hold that or is it going to go to one of the extremes? I'm going to get rid of every of the offers. There we go.
Oil is doing good.
Yeah, I'm only up 2 lots. I only got filled 2 lots because it's nearing that 89 spot 54 zone, and it could have a big reaction there. It could also rip up, but Kevin Graves said Michael Burry just went short over $1 billion. He was right in 2008. Yeah. I mean, did he go short over $1 billion on the actual stock market or like the equity market? Plus, his reporting is a quarter behind, isn't it? I think his reporting is a quarter behind.
Yeah, but he's a long-term holder.
Yeah.
He's not someone who. It's just funny because people like that oftentimes fall into the broken clock,
Yep.
being right 2 times a day.
Yeah, they tend to get it right once in their career, and it's big, and then they never follow it up. It never happens again.
Well, they were right big time. I mean, it's just the movie made him look like a superhero.
Yeah. Well, we're actually some of those. If you've actually looked at it, some of the other people were actually had better outsized results. Like those guys that in the garage, their actual. I can't remember the name of their firm. It wasn't the name that they put in the movie, but they had, as far as return on capital, their return on capital was awesome.
Right.
So I'm updating my P&L about once a month. I went down to weekly and then it kind of annoyed me. So, I'm just, I haven't updated it since August 2nd. So, but I'll update my P&L on my site once a month. It's the last thing I really care about. So it's stalled there at the RDA. We are about to get a close in 10 minutes on the actual. It was a pretty volatile 60-minute candle there.
Oh yeah.
You had 3 or 4 opportunities to do some really good trades there.
It looks like it would be hard for it to go down from here after
Yeah.
a candle like that. And there were 2 of those. Like there was one at 8:30 on the news.
Yeah.
And it tried. This is the second time it tried, and it made a higher low. That looks very bullish, but it could still move back to the middle of that candle before moving up. But we're at the RDA, and we're overshooting it by a little on the C3.
Oh, I see. So, yeah. Ken says, I'm sure he didn't pay over $1 billion on these contracts. Expiration date is end of January. Oh, so he's looking for a fourth quarter, some kind of event in fourth quarter. Which, like I said, you look at the VVIX, you look at the VIX, I just went around my normal looking at the market and projecting out 3 or 4 weeks puts a lot of things at levels that you'd look back in hindsight and you'd say, yeah, that was pretty obvious. Well, some of those places are getting some pretty obvious areas of, the pattern. When I say obvious, what I mean is patterns. You look at the pattern of sell-off or pattern of failure, or, gets 12% above a previous high, is typically a failure area. So 12 to 15% above a previous high is typically a failure area. So, seeing those various patterns and everything else is what I was talking about.
I shorted at 65.
I'm out on my shorts now. And
But I got out at the and I short 55. So I made 10 points in
yeah, good.
5 seconds, it seems. It's crazy.
Well, chart 3 says that 650 is a key level. It's a breakdown, and then you really got that zone between 650 and 65. 674 or so, 673. So I think that's the next target to the upside.
Fair to say that the 480 is holding hard. Like, I mean, got pierced a few times, but just very strong. But we don't, like, when we look at those targets above and below, we're right in the middle right now,
Mm-hmm.
and they're not that far. So it's like you don't have much of an upside, and you know what I mean. It's sort of like a coin toss right now to do any trades.
Yeah,
Would you agree? Or
it's kind of a no trade zone because it's deciding whether or not it's going to sell off from the OR high, as well as is it going to stretch for the weekly open. So, but I'm long, so I'm not. I got picked up for 9 lots, a little bit higher than I wanted to. That pattern, at least on chart 1, doesn't look that great. But that could change here because we still have 1 minute left to close that candle. So it could possibly. But maybe it's going to come down to the 335 level. All right, the market's going to give me an opportunity to get out of break even here, so I might take it.
You said 335. Do you mean 535 on that?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
That's okay. I'm just making sure I'm
335.
catching your interpretation right.
Yeah, 335 would be extreme.
Hey Rex, quick question. How do you better at predicting what's going to happen?
How do you get better at predicting what's going to happen next?
No, more so like at key levels. Is it more so like recognizing patterns, or just more so paying attention to short-term momentum at key levels?
Yeah, it's all, I mean, so, you know, you're going up to a reaction zone and you're saying, okay, which one is, is it going to react, you know, the opposite, or is it going to hold up? It's all about really the pattern on what that pattern. First of all, it is looking at chart 2 and seeing what chart 2 is telling you. And then it's looking at how that pattern is developing on the other charts or your control chart. So for instance, you can look at right now we're at a reaction zone, and you're kind of to restate your question, trying to see, okay, is it going to react down fiercely, or is it going to, you know, break through this level, and then how do you get clues from that, right? So it really is just simply looking for pattern recognition. And then also chart 2 will reveal its hand if we were on last night when we kind of went and did an additional kind of training session. You know, right now charts 2 is holding the RDA, and then also is creating levels. So you've got really, if you just look at a minute scale, you got a level at 547. And of course, the indicators aren't giving us any clues, but I put precedence in 547, and then your upside level is 565, or actually it's also 555, 555 and 565. So then it's just watching at a minute scale and just seeing how is price reacting at each one of those levels. I mean, right there, it just went straight through 555. It barely even stalled there, and now it's doing its first reaction right around 564 or 565. And then, so that's really, it doesn't get any more, there's no other secret than that, than just to say, I'm just projecting out how these things are going to close, how they're going to look at as far as a pattern, and then just watching chart 2 and watching the other charts and how they're forming and reacting at key levels. That's all it is. And then it's harder when you're in a trade, right? Because when you're in a trade, that clouds your thinking around what the key levels are. So I think one of the things I do is that I'm not, when I'm watching this stuff, usually I'm in a decent position already, but like right now, I'm right on the bubble of this trade where I'm kind of in the middle. So I got out just because of where it's stalling there. But you have to not think about your current position and really just look and see what is the chart telling you. Like here, this reaction we're seeing on chart 2, for instance, is right around 565. But the pattern, if this holds up, would show that, at least on chart 1, I would say, would show that it's held the low, it's created a level, it's at least going to break the high, and then it might sell off from there, meaning that it's going to break the high at 575. That's what the pattern, at least on chart 1, is starting to show, with 1 minute left here. And then plus we have a close here on the 60 on chart 3.
Okay.
And I don't know if you were on yesterday, but we talked about predicting. A lot of this is it's predicting. It's taking a stand with conviction and predicting that based on what I see, it's going to, X. Right now, it can go either way right now. I mean, but it more feels like it's ready to rip down, at least for a false break, but it could go either way because the way that it's reacting. It didn't react strongly either way here. So it could be setting up to impulse up to the next level, or it could be just rolling over, and then before you know it, it's breaking all the downside levels.
Okay.
I don't know. That doesn't help, I know, or hopefully that does help.
No, it's okay. I mean, I guess the key to this is predicting at key levels what it's going to do.
Yeah, that's the positive. The positive is that you're just not looking anywhere. The positive is that on a chart where to look. So that's, that it's not like, hey, it just got here and it stalled. No, you could 95% of the time, you can look back and see there's a reason why it's stalling here. And it's one of the 4 charts. You're going to find an area, a level, or something, or one of the indicators on one of the 4 charts. So, it's just then, okay, using that information then to go back and say, okay, what is it trying to do? I would argue what it's trying to do is go for the weekly open. So we talked about this yesterday. So the NDX is going for the weekly open. So unless there's a strong case that it's not going to do that, to me, I'm biased long towards the weekly open because that's acting as a magnet right now, a pretty hardcore magnet.
Okay. So sorry, just to clarify, I guess. So you, at the reaction zones or action areas, you're more so looking at the other charts to look for patterns or clues of what it's going to do.
Well, looking. Remember, you have one control chart. So you always have one control chart that controls your trade, or one control thesis, I should say, our control chart. So for instance, my control thesis is it's going to hit the weekly open. The NDX wants to hit the weekly open. It's just so close, and it's giving every indication. So then it's just a matter of using the other charts to look for patterns and look at the reaction zones and how does it react. I mean, we can look at chart 4 right now and really just it's pretty obvious on chart 4 if we look at it that there's, let me remove all my lines here. There's a level. The only 2 levels that matter on chart 4 at this point in time is the downside level right around 540 and the upside level at 575. So if 540 holds, then it's going to hit 575, which it's already hit this last run up here. If 575 or 570, 570 or so, 570 breaks and then gets retested, then it's going to continue going up. So to me, it's really that simple. It's looking at these two levels, and then you've got another sub level between there at 549 on chart 4, and you have another level at 567 on chart 4. And I can share this in the den or in Trade Room Alpha, but you know, those are clues that the market has given you. And I would maybe let me phrase it another way. Those are clues that capital is given to you, that the capital flow of the market has given to you, that you can use as reaction zones for clues of whether or not price wants to beat that price or exceed that price. I don't know if that's too wordy for what I was saying, but
On those levels, are you? Maybe I'm just reading it different, but are you counting wicks
no,
on those highs and lows?
no, it's what's in the level of training. So there's I shared it in Trade Room Alpha. Those are the levels that you. I mean, I'm a little off on some of them. I'm like the top one. Now that I zoomed in, it's really right around 570, and then the other one is down below. So there we go. So it broke through 570. So now it's you had a little you had your first reaction at 570 already. This is the breakthrough. Now what you're looking for is, okay, when it comes back and tests 570, what's going to happen? And you're also correlating to chart 2. Chart 2 is aligning the slow momentum or the fast momentum is already above 570. Everything's bias and momentum and long on every chart. So it's I guess I can't. It's just rinse and repeat what I just said. It's just, where's my next level, right? So now we're beyond the next level. Now I'm going to chart 4 and I'm saying, okay, what's the next level in chart 4? Well, the next level in chart 4, when you actually look at it, is there's a pretty decent level right around 607, 608. You've got another weak level right around 591, so you would expect a reaction there, and you got 50% of an alpha right around 600. But, you know, if you look at the NDX, by the way, I'm up around $2,700, $2,600 on 6 lots. But if you look at the NDX and you look for where the NDX is going, I mean, it's at 382 right now, and the weekly opens at 410. So it's within striking distance even more.
Are you trading the NQ, right? Not the NDX. You're just looking at the NDX as a reference?
Yeah, the NDX is a reference just because the NDX is, the cash equivalent, and it paints differently because it's, only open during the cash market.
Okay.
So
the key levels are dynamic. As it evolves, you'll adjust your key levels accordingly. You don't just look at the top key level and the bottom key level for the entire chart. You'll look at, as it moves, you'll
yeah.
change levels.
Yeah. No, I mean, levels are always changing. So for instance, right now we have like I said before, we have a key level that 570 is still key. Now, when it comes back to that, you have other reasons to potentially go long. I'm getting knocked out on trailing stops, but yeah, you don't have to use the NDX either. That's the other aspect. I just use the NDX because it can give me additional information. There's days where you see me trade and I never mention the NDX. I never mention the index, and I don't even look at it just because. But it does. So for instance, if you were looking at the NQ now solely and wondering why is the NQ, not why, but if you were trying to say, well, what is it reaching for? What is the NQ reaching for? Well, you wouldn't really know because there's nothing on the end, because the NQ is already above its weekly open because it opens on Sunday. So you could say it's reaching for another key level, which is true. It's reaching for another key level, but without looking at the NDX and realizing, hey, the NDX is within spitting different or distance of its weekly open. You wouldn't, for those that want to know why or not really, yeah. You can't really hang your hat on anything that the NQ is doing. But when you put it in the context that the NDX is reaching for its weekly open, then it starts making sense, some of the movement that you see on the NQ. I wouldn't say a logical movement, but some of the movement where it's like, you know, why is the buy side so heavy? This might be what you would say. Remember, I'm just a chart trader. I don't try to track news, events, you know, instigating events or whatever else. We just trade charts. So when we say, why is it doing this, or why does it appear that the NQ has buyers are so crazy, or, you know, not so crazy, but why is there so many buyers on the NQ right now? I attribute that to the fact that the NDX wants to tag the weekly open. So, and I know there's much more things going on besides that, you know, in the actual market and decisions, but I don't care about all that crap. Did that answer your question, or?
Yeah, I think I understand.
I'm looking to get picked up, maybe on a pullback. It feels like it might be pulling back here a little bit deeper than people are anticipating.
Your YouTube is showing, I think, Nephew leads
Oh,
4 charts. So.
yeah, I'm sure he's in there doing stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to stall though. But so far, chart 2 hasn't really given it up yet. There we go. Well, I'm only in 2 lots on oil, up about 530 on that. Could maybe add another lot right there at the RDA. Put a trailing stop there. I'll see if I get picked up at 89 spot 15 for another lot of oil. Yeah, I think I'm going to reverse. I'm going to short now. Short the NQ.
I was just looking at doing that too.
Yeah, I think I'm going to short it. I think it's going to, at least for a quick scalp, it might be a good area. So this is a fade, obviously.
I had my level at like 598-ish, but I'm okay with scaling up to that level. Not that far, like let's say 600.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there is a level around 608. So it might reach for that.
Yeah, I'm just doing a pattern projection here, and it's also in the extension of the other side of the market of the opening range. So But I don't think this is going to be the big turnaround. I think we might have we should have some sort of a bigger pullback here, but it would only be a pullback, I think.
Oh yeah, no, I don't think this is going to be. This is just more of a quick scalp.
Right. Well, I don't know. That would be that quick.
I started today not that great. Started today with a couple bad trades.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a pullback all the way to the open, to be honest. To the open of the market at 930.
Oh,
500. Yeah. That's my thesis, at least.
I didn't get picked up for any more. I might add one more.
Yeah.
Okay, that was loud enough. Mm-hmm. That worked really well. There you go. Yep, 566, 825. Yeah. How do you open up a Control O? That's the P&L today so far, 39,475. Not really happy with a couple of these bad trades here at the 14,000. There we go. It looks like it's, well, yeah, I don't know. So if it gets through 572, it's probably going to go at least down to 561. It's so far that was being stubborn about that sell-off.
Yeah.
But that's why if you're going to fade, you have to trade the extremes. So, I have entries at 590, 598, 604. And then, so I'm prepared to scale into this trade up to like 611, 612.
That serves the dual purpose of kind of mitigating losses if you're wrong on that, right? That slides your basic basis entry up.
Sorry, I stepped away.
That's okay. I was just saying that when you talk about your extremes on those entries, that also kind of helps mitigate losses, since if it turns around on you.
Yeah, I mean, that's fading 101. I mean, really,
Yep.
you have to assume it's going to go against you, but then also you can't go all in on fades. All right, now we're hitting the RDA on chart 2. All those offers were invalid, so I got rid of them. And now I'm only in 6 lots for the short. I already took 2 off because it was the RDA check.
Stop fill.
I got knocked out of the CL trade. Yeah, it went down further than I anticipated.
Order filled.
So I'm going to look at getting in right around 80 spot 99 and then maybe down to 88 spot 92.
Order.
Why is my mic up here?
All right, reducing there. Still in only 2 lots. There are 4 lots there. So once again, it's fading, so not getting too crazy. I don't know if CL continues to sell off. The next level really is at 88 spot 44. Why is it so loud? I thought I turned it down on the audio. Well, it looks like maybe get back to the buy side.
Order filled.
Why does that all say everything's muted? I didn't mute anything. I reversed and went long. Anybody else go long?
Think I'm about to go long here.
Order filled.
Considering the RPA, it just wasn't feeling.
Yeah.
Just you could pull back to get in front buy. We're seeing it react right now. The 50% line.
Order
Back
filled.
candle short 3. We're
NDX is going for it. Weekly open. It's going to either hit it probably this candle or the next candle. Bitcoin's going for at least an RDA test. Looks like it for the daily. 4-day held that level. Held 25, 715 or so. Which is positive. But didn't solidly hold it. I mean, it did solidly hold it, but it's not committing to the follow through. Waiting for the actual daily open of CL to hit. And then probably go long. Right around 88, maybe 88.44 or so. I missed the best entry to short down to that because I was going long, so. Going into the second hour closing in the market. So that's about 4 minutes away. The lazy trader asked, hey Rex, do you analyze the news? I think I go and analysis paralysis. Yeah, so I don't listen to the news at all. I mean, I do look at it, so it's not like I don't not look at the news, but so for instance, my pre-market today I timed it. It was a minute 7 seconds of my pre-market. Because I checked the news site that I check for economic news to see if there's anything added or anything that is known news. And then I pulled up the NQ, see what the overnight did, and look and saw what the reaction was to the CPI release. And then looked at the daily, looked at the 4-day, looked at the weekly, and then looked around, just clicked on the ES, ECL, and GC, just kind of see what they were doing on the dailies. And then I opened up Tradeovate and 2 or 3 other platforms, and I started executing trades. So I didn't look and see and then fire up Bloomberg to figure out how happy and how excited they were. They probably had to change their underwear multiple times after seeing that Apple ad, I'm sure, on Bloomberg. So, I don't follow any of those type of news. I don't really follow any market news or anything else. All right, there we are. We're in 12 lots up. We're looking for the NDX to test the actual weekly open right around 413, probably 410, I should say. And long. By the way, if you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on somewhere else, TradingView or somewhere else, you see a link down below. It says join us on Discord. That's where you can ask questions. We do share charts. We share other stuff. We really get deep about trading, what it is, being a successful trader and consistently and reliably pulling capital from the market. And if you want to learn more about us and the system we trade, visit rexdoctrading.com. You'll see a link to that down below somewhere, I'm sure. We're just being patient with this. Being very patient with this long trade here. You know what I might do? Since I'm not trading actively ZB, I might just move this to the NDX. Let's just do that. So NDX. I might just move, just have this fourth chart be the NDX. Because I'm not really actively trading ZB as much as I would be if I wasn't streaming. And when I stream, my attention is divided. So, I'm really only trading gold, CL, and even then gold, I'm only trading gold at certain key points. So gold right now, the reason why I'm not in a gold trade is because there's not a key level that it's hitting. It is messing around with the RDA on chart 4, which was the trade at 1938 shorting. But the pattern on the reason why there's no real trade on gold is chart 3. Chart 3, if you enter a position here, you're in the middle of that range and there's no edge there. We're really deciding whether or not it's in a changeover from momentum short to momentum long, and you're in the middle of the range there. So you can look at even gold on the 5-minute here on the stream and just see that we're not at the quite middle of the range, but we were to take this and take this. We are. We're exactly 50%. Price is 50% of the recent level high and level low. So it can go either way. So that's why we're really not at any extreme. There's really no really clear answer on which direction to take there on CL. Although the daily, I'm more apt to sell the gold down to 917 over the course of the next couple days than to buy it at this point, because it is bias and momentum short, at least on the Z. I don't know what it is on the continuous contract. All right, so let's see where we at here. NDX is just, it's playing around with trying to tag the weekly open. Actually, I don't have to look at that anymore now that I put it on chart 4. If you have strong conviction, you could potentially add right here to the long. If you do have strong conviction to the upside. Where'd everybody else go? There's people here.
I'm here. I was muted. Yeah, I actually added here right before you said it. Didn't add because I wasn't long, but I entered.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like if it was going to continue, like a good place to do it.
Yeah, I think if it does exceed the open, then it's probably going to go. Maybe we're up into the next. I think that's another opening range. Yeah. Maybe up to 618, all the way up to 662. So between 618 and 682, there's probably a level there in chart 4 we need to look at. Well, there is. There's 654 is the next upside level. Oh, what happened
So I'm fading at 591 spot 50 without the license to fade.
You're gonna get pulled over, man.
Finger on the trigger to get out.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's
I see.
there is some trades there. Go ahead.
I was just making a joke. May I see your license to fade and registration?
Yeah. I don't know, there's this weird zone between 546 and, or not 646, 645 and 655. So I could see it getting there. But, well, congratulations. I turned my profitable trade now into a losing trade.
Yeah, that happens.
Yeah, it's really, I'm right at my entry here.
Well, it's going to the RDA, it seems. The minimum.
Yeah.
Good faith, Jedi. Jedi mind tricks are working for you.
Target 577 spot 50 above the M9.
Yep. Fade's doing pretty good, but you're probably going to have to start taking profit here pretty quick. You're still in it.
Yeah, in with the stop loss 3 pips below the entry.
Yeah.
And gonna trail it.
Oh, look at that. Look at that craziness.
Well, this trade needs to work out because I need to go get coffee. So I don't know what the hell it's doing.
Right? I hate when that happens.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, I gotta go.
Well, and it seems that when I put in protective stops that are relatively close and then go and make coffee, then they get hit and then it goes in the direction that I thought. So
Yeah. You could put the trailing stop or something.
yeah, I do that. But like I said, I think the market knows when I'm watching and just
it's quantum. You're quantum tangled.
yeah. So it knows when I'm getting up and it can actually do funny things. For news, though, I check, at least for me, like just news, I go to the Daily Mail online. I know it's a UK paper, but at least there I get like a somewhat, I won't say balanced, but a somewhat balanced view of the news that maybe is I'm in America, so US. So at least I get somewhat of a balanced view where if I go to different places here, I'm getting one side or the other, I mean, I don't know for people that are located in the UK or that area, if they think that the Daily Mail is biased or not, or, but I'd say from a US perspective, the news that they share in the US at least is they'll cover stories that the mainstream media here doesn't even talk about or cover. So at least you get at least a rumbling of some other political or other type of news that's going on, So do we buy all the way down to 566 is the question. That person that was fading is looking like a genius.
Yeah. I think it should turn around here. And if it doesn't turn around here, then No, it's not looking very good.
Yeah. I will say I don't understand the fascination with the royal family, but I'm sure there's the same thing in the United States. People look at the United States news, they don't understand the fascination of certain things.
Oh, some sort of a pride, I guess.
Yeah. Which I get. I think it's just when you see the news of the royal family, it's just every little, it could be someone as simple as doing a, well, I don't follow gossip news, but it just seems like someone, moved their arm wrong, and it's a big, or it's not a big, but it's worthy of a news story. Yeah, it's a significant event.
Should suck to live like that.
I guess it's kind of like that here in the Kardashians.
Oh god. Well, yeah. I think the royal family is a little bit more classy, but it's the same thing, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Reality TV, man.
I have someone in the family that no longer likes Timothy Chalamet now because he's started dating a Kardashian, but she really liked him up until the point he started dating a Kardashian.
Oh boy. I don't know how I always do that. I kept scaling in, and now I got out for a small profit.
But what were you scaling in for, though? What were you? I mean, that's
for
why.
long. For long.
But did you just get worried that, hey, that's too much of a
No,
risk?
Yeah, exactly. Like I'm being too heavy. I mean, I scaled in with the idea to improve my basis point.
Hmm. But then that means that you're really not sticking to your conviction. So you're just scaling in just
Correct.
because,
Correct.
I don't know. Why were you scaling in then? What were you scaling in for? Just for the heck of it?
No, I mean I'm scaling in because I think it's gonna break that high at 600 or at least retest it.
Yep.
But well, I think I scaled in more than what I want to hold as a position. That's why, like, I was trying to improve my basis.
Yeah.
Uh,
There's two ways to do that. I think you could, expand your scale in ratio a little bit, and then also then have plan for, okay, so expand your scale in ratio, and then what's going to typically happen is that you're not going to get picked up for maybe some of your trades, or maybe even a decent portion of your trades, and then from there, part of your plan is to then add when the confirmation comes. So look at your trades in a different way, I guess I would say.
yeah, but this is now starting to look bad.
Yeah, it's not starting. I'm long, but it's starting to look like it's not going to actually turn, and it's not going to actually tag that. But it is, on the NDX. The NDX is testing the fast momentum. Now it could come down to another block here. It might reduce.
Yeah.
I don't know if the market's going to give me an opportunity to get out of break even. One of the things I missed because I was talking about the friggin' Kardashians, is the switch over at 589. That was a clue on chart 2. So that's something to kind of be mindful of, is that it did switch over momentum. This could be an overshoot of bias, but I probably will reduce here.
Yeah.
That could have been a overshoot there. So
Looks like it.
yeah,
Looks like it. That's how it always does, right?
Yeah.
see. Freak out. But now
So
low momentum might, let's see what it does.
that was also a momentum check on chart 4 for NQ.
So my unlicensed trade is over. I got wicked out in a profit, and I went long at 585 spot 25. One lot.
Yeah.
Definitely a genius move.
I don't know about genius, but bounce off of the M9 looked good going up.
Yeah.
Well, we have changed over now.
We're about the opening range and momentum long bias long.
Yeah, if you look at, I mean, chart 4 could maybe go down to the RDA at 5555555. But you know, right now the pattern looks like it's staying momentum and bias long.
Okay.
And then it's just being patient forward. I mean, that was if you look at the NDX, that was really a kind of a standard pullback to the momentum check. It's just a matter of does it hold up?
I wonder if big players gang up on some vanity numbers. I remember I was watching the market in 2008, was it? March 8th, when it made the low, like after the housing crash. And I think the S&P went down to exactly 666. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you know, everybody and their mom there was just like doing it for the fun.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell? I think the Mexicans went crazy. They're unveiling 1,000-year-old aliens. In Peru. Well, why couldn't they just get DNA on it and then just figure it out from there? How hard is that? PayPal reportedly overpaid $510,000 on a Bitcoin transaction fee. What? So Coinbase will add support for the Lightning Network. I don't know if there's any doubt that they wouldn't. This is one of those, you know, we talked about this yesterday too in the session where in real time, it's more painful than it is when you look back in the chart. So, you know, I could do end of day, or you could do you should do end of day, you know, looking at the chart and saying, okay, where were the trades that exist? But also realizing that, you know, we've been sitting here for 20 minutes on a target to the upside and just waiting for the target to hit. There has been trades in between there, but they're not really super trades, I guess. They're not great trades. So, it's just kind of that. It's understanding sometimes that the real-time aspect of trading the chart, when you look at it at the end of the day, doesn't always reveal just sitting here, unless you're doing something else, can get tiring and can drain you mentally, maybe even a little physically. Just sitting here, just waiting for it to unfold, right? If you're not doing other things, if you're not doing other productive things, or you're not, and other things too that aren't getting you distracted too, because I can fall into that aspect where I'm just sitting there waiting for something to unfold, and then I get distracted and I miss either taking profit or tightening up a stop or something else like that.
Yeah. And plus, don't forget that, again, some of these levels after the close of the candle, they look like they touch, but they don't always touch.
Yep.
So they, unfortunately, sometimes give you the illusion, oh, this was such an easy trade here, but the time aspect is really the big deal, like you were saying. It really is.
Yeah, no, it is, because you just can't. You almost can't duplicate that. And then if you do duplicate it on replay mode or something, the challenge is that you're typically
fast forward.
you're fast forwarding in replay mode, so it doesn't duplicate it at all. It duplicates the movement, that's why I often say take time out as a factor, but it doesn't duplicate you sitting there in real time, either in a position or you were in a gain, now in a loss,
Okay, this is not.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I was actually going to fade up there.
Yeah. Now is it going to hit the RDA on chart 4, or is it going? So now, right now on the NDX, it's at the RDA and the actual slow momentum. So, and then you've got a level. You've got levels further down that we already talked about earlier, but the 548 and 540 level, it's starting to stall here at least.
Yeah. And look at that overshoot on the C3.
Yeah. And then that is down, like we said before, C4, down to the C4 level. So we did mention that before. Yeah. I shorted down to there real quick, and then I'm going to reverse here. We'll see if the reversal hits here. It might just keep going, though. So it's a dangerous reversal. Oh, there we go. We're up a little bit initially. Yeah, I just rolled over there. Went and hit the RDA. Now it's just a matter of, is it going to hold the RDA? So I probably will take, I'm in 36 lots up about 8. I probably will take some off here just because I'm not quite convinced that that's where it's going to stall. I wanted to get up to at least the RDA 565 on chart 2. Well, now you got some confirmation that that lower level is going to maybe hold, but I think I'll just put in a trailing stop here and then put in 10 lot trailing stops and get taken out on trailing stops. You had to be quick to catch that short. There we go. First next profit area hit. Yeah, so GC actually did sell off. I should have probably just went with that trade when I saw it. Let's see if I can get picked up here. So I'm looking to go short on GC right around 1933, 1932. But I saw the trade earlier. I just didn't, for whatever dumb reason, I didn't trade it. Tap to find what gender you are today. That's funny. Well, if I can stay in this trade, it'll look like a genius entry, but I mean, it really wasn't genius. It was an RDA tap. So that's not really anything outside of the norm.
There it is. CPRDA.
Yep.
Yeah, I
think-
got some of that.
I'll tighten up my stops just to.
But don't want to hold it beyond the RDA. It just I can't.
Well, I'm in 30 lots, and then I'm just trailing all my stops. So
Nice.
I'm in at 543, spot 50. So
It is an awesome trade.
but we'll see if
was
that. Go ahead.
That was like catching a falling knife, though, right? I mean, it was
Well,
something.
not really. I mean, if you look at, I mean, it hit the RDA on chart 1, and then it also was testing the slow momentum in the RDA on the NDX. So, yeah, I would agree. It is catching up. I mean, it's trading early. Yeah, there's zero confirmation. But that's where, if you were in the session yesterday after the market, we had like a just kind of brief training session in Discord. I said the big difference between me and a lot of what everybody else is doing is I'm predictive. I'm trading the system in a predictive manner, which it's predictive, and because I trust it, because I trade it with conviction. Now, sometimes it does get you in trouble, but that's why you just can't get too aggressive with like if I would have went in super heavy there, that would have been not prudent. But I could have added another 200 lots and still been okay. So it's not like, but this is a key example of like a predictive trade. I did trade down to that level. I didn't quite trade down exactly to that level, but I caught some of the sell off, and then where the system says you should expect a reaction, but there was no reaction yet, and I entered, which is right at the RDA, or right near close to the RDA. So I'll share this in the general. That's the entry. I got stopped out at 10. All right, I think it made the move, so I think I'm safe to go get coffee. Little bastard stopped me out. All right, let's see if we can divvy up this 10 lots here to stick with this position a little bit longer. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. All right. I'll be back. I'm going to get coffee. I think my nephew's streaming, so he should be able to keep everybody excited.
Sir.
I didn't hear you come through, though. Did you say? Is your mic muted? Are you muted?
On Discord.
I don't know. Can you not hear my restream? Hello, hello? Yeah, but I'm not coming through on restream. One sec. No, I should be coming through. Yeah. Because my stupid mic settings. What's going on, people? Brothers and sisters. Not really at the best entry, but I'm long. Let's see if it works out. Went long here because I'm tired of fading this damn move, man. It's not fun. Just kidding. Having a great time. Might trade the MQE3 too. So we're trading multiple markets. You feel me? So I'm trying to set up this other chart. Okay, well this one worked out. Little jump there. Recapture momentum. Guess we get back in for long again. Try to get in early in case push up here. So we have one resistance level at like 593, kind of a strong level. And obviously we have the high for the day. It's the next test. And then from there, that's the 50%. So 15648 will be the next for the long side. But has to get there first.
Stop fill.
I was trying to stream to YouTube, but I don't know what the fuck's going on. Oh, I guess I'll put my screen on. Oh, he full screened. So I'm trying to look at some things. Playing around a lot on momentum. Chart 1. Kind of a strong level in chart 4 on the bottom side. Most recent candle. 2 close right above. Open and close right above. Bias. This chart 1 RDA test and strong level created was pretty much like the ideal test of RDA. Like if you just scaled in right here, would it perfectly hit you and just went right back up? Not really doing good scale ins right now. Just trying to participate in a lot of trades.
Stop film.
I'm excited for today. Finally get my since I moved over here to be with my uncle and trade every day, I had to leave my old gym membership, so I just got this cool thing. It's called Fit and Direct or something like that. Pretty much you get like Anytime Fitness, LA Fitness, Crunch Fitness, 24-hour Fitness, all those. It's like a bunch of different gyms, and they have like 15,000 different gyms that they have on their locations, and then you subscribe to it and you get to go to any of those gyms you want. It's like if I want to go to Planet Fitness one day and Anytime Fitness another day, or if I have a late workout, Planet Fitness is closed, I can go to Anytime Fitness. It's pretty dope. I just found out about it, so I'm pretty excited to check it out today. I've never been able to go to like multiple gyms at once, so it's probably pretty sick. Another momentum test. Chart 1, pretty much a perfect momentum test. Let me see the close here. If it doesn't come down to test, but chart 3 could also be establishing a strong level. On the top side, this could still be an overshoot. I don't know if I want to be in this trade. I'd rather restart. I think it sells here.
Stop film.
Volatility's picking up for sure right now. Kind of seeing both sides fighting right here on momentum. We're also on fast momentum on chart 4. And looks like the best side one. Just turning my P&L right now. I'm not taking profit. Still gonna go short here. I'm catching a lot of these falling knives and kind of getting in at the last push, but kind of just predicting what I see. So we'll see if it plays out. Let's say there's almost like 2 levels above that were kind of created. You know, the high was tested a couple times. The previous strong level was tested. Try to get there. Hit 2-second deviation hits on chart 2. You know, I don't know how far this long side wants to go. And the fight over bias. You know, we've had quite a bit of a fight. Each candle has had some crazy tests. Looking at the RDA test on chart 3, I mean, if you look at just the raw price action, I mean, candle closes at 15,480, 460, you know, goes all the way up to 15,556, spot 75. Next candle wicks all the way down to test the previous one. It's pretty crazy price action today. It's not at the RDA yet, so I don't want to buy. It's not technically the RDA test, but I don't know, man. I like the weekly or the daily. Where's weekly at? So we're at the weekly right now. What did you just throw in the chat, Sinsky? Let's see.
Yeah, I was just showing how the extremes of the opening range worked here.
Yeah, I muted Rex, so then maybe it shouldn't echo as much. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Extreme to extreme. Great trades too, if you're trading that. Sorry, I had you muted on accident. What'd you say? Okay. Mm-hmm. I like it. It's pretty Pretty nutty day today. It's pretty sweet. Okay. I'll be right back. What the heck is happening with this music? Apologize if anyone can hear this. Thank you. Let's see. See if we can cash this out. Hey, Rexy.
Oh man, I got knocked out of all that crap.
Yeah, I heard it going on. Sorry, I was checking out the stage room. Cause we might start doing streams in there.
Oh.
I was talking to them. Yeah, listen in. See, what is this? Oh, you're muted on your stream. There you go.
I'm back. Buddy, just relax. Oh, yeah. Sit on your bed. Go on your bed. I'm giving you some autonomy. I'm only up 48K.
Damn.
Um,
Oh, probably would have played this pullback here pretty decently.
I know you keep avoiding that question because it's, of course, too personal, but at the end of the day, it's really a question of percentage-wise, like what's profit, like what's the reasonable?
Well, this account, for instance, only has 110K in it.
Oh, that's crazy.
So that tells you. But see, keep in mind, that's my skill level, right? I can take an account that started with 110K and grow it 50%. Why? Well, because my skill level, it's not something that I would expect any of you to get in within 3 months and be able to execute that. Now, within a year, I expect some of you to start getting to that level. Within 2 years, you know, do we have anybody that's in 2 years?
I mean, nothing.
In here,
Well, that are showing up routinely.
Toto.
Yeah, there's a few people. But
Toto
see,
guy, 2018.
yeah, I mean, I would say the last 2 years we've got intense about focus,
Mm-hmm.
and you know, really since you joined Nephew Elite, we've got even more focused on making sure that things are clear, and we're reinforcing every single day. Where before, you know, about 2 years ago, I wasn't streaming every day. No, I wasn't streaming every day. Also, then I was just posting my trades in Discord, and we were having conversations there. But you know, now I expect. I mean, we're seeing the growth now with what we're doing with more of the community, more of the trade room, and everything else. So, while I don't expect, you know, my expectation after 2 years, you'd be able to execute the same level of quality or type of trades, or get close, I should say. That's someone hitting it every single day. Keep in mind. So if you have the time, you have the ability, but you know, if you're still in a job, you're still doing something else, and you know, you can't dedicate a good 6 to 8 hours a day on trading, then you know, there's really only 3 steps. I understand the system, I understand the fundamentals, I understand how to trade. And now you just need chart time, because you need to be able to take that knowledge and see it unfold in the live market. Replay is good, but replay isn't like trading the live market. And then it's just chart time, because the fundamentals, we haven't changed them. They're not changing. We haven't changed the fundamentals. One of over the last 2 years, can anybody think of something brand new that I've added to our thinking that has drastically changed anything we do around here?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Well, has there been anything I've added in the last year that has been drastically changing the thinking around how we trade and the system we trade?
Yes, your PNL.
Oh, well,
Awesome PNL.
yeah. Well, I started.
No, but not just
Go
that.
ahead.
No, I mean, I was gonna say definitely these sessions is what I was actually hoping to see from the beginning, and I'm glad these are happening now, because I mean, there's theory, but then there's practice, and it's sort of like hand holding a little bit here and having training wheels on, because being able to ask questions while we're facing the same issues is very beneficial. And I've also changed. I noticed a few changes in how you trade also, and from the content perspective, I haven't looked at the most recent stuff, but I've seen some of the podcasts. Like, I mean, definitely far more useful. Yeah, and obviously, I think you've made a lot of progress towards, like, okay, let's hit this hard, and how to actually transfer this knowledge I have to people, which obviously we're never ever gonna have all of your knowledge, but it's getting there. I mean, all of your knowledge is out there in all the videos and all the content, but it's like almost takes like a lifetime to actually go through it.
Yeah, and then also apply it. So, you know, part of it is, you know, I mean, you really are getting the benefit of me going through books and books and books and training and training and training and everything else over the years, and then just distilling a lot of that into what I think is the best stuff. If anybody, the best way to look at the markets in a completely agnostic way, meaning that you just don't have any bias. You don't use any funky phrases, like liquidity zones or, liquidity traps or whatever else, you can use those, but I just, I've tried to distill it down to just the raw basics. But, the big changes when, my nephew came on board, that did change some stuff because I was starting to get burnt out. I was starting to not really, I still enjoyed, but it was starting to just get old on me. So, but you mentioned my change. Yeah, I mean, the 2 losing days I had this year changed me. Instead of being as aggressive as I was, I started focusing on, okay, maybe stop being so aggressive. And then also in the last 3 months, 2 months or so, I've really just focused on intraday swings, and not so much scalping. I do catch a couple of them, like today, that move down. I was in that trade for 20 seconds and caught the bottom half of that move down. And then went long, at the bottom. But then that long, I wanted to stay in. I wanted to. Now I'm back in long right now, but I wanted to stay in that long as possible up to the weekly test of the NDX.
Yeah, we're almost there.
Yeah, it looks like it's on deck right now.
So that's like 20, not even 20 points above.
Yeah.
So very reachable. Very reachable. It looks like it's going for it. But who knows? Might do another pullback before it goes to it.
Yeah. Well, I'm only in 9 lots, so I'm looking to get picked up a little bit more up to that test up. And then maybe I got a little too aggressive on this GC trade. Maybe I should have waited for. I'm out. I'll wait for the RDA check on chart 4, which is a level right around 1937. So I'll wait for 1937. Got out of that trade. Oil, I'm looking for 88 spot 44 to go long. I missed the entry on the short, so I could probably maybe try to get in if it pops up to 88, up to 88.92. Yeah, it's a good hindsight, extreme to extreme. Extreme.
Of course, it doesn't always work, but like you get the signals, you get the signs when it's working, and that's just something that could be used as additional confirmation, and also a good target, go from one end to the other.
So the 20th, the Feds decide whether or not they rate hike on the 20th. So that'll be next week. Next week will be probably pretty saucy.
All right, moment of truth here.
Yeah, I'm a little heavier than I wanted to be.
It just pierced through the RDA, and that doesn't look very good.
Nope. This is where the women are made. I flip that phrase around. Look up. Well, I didn't buy that, so I'm at break even, so I can make a decision whether or not I should get out or stick with it. On the long side. You know, if the Fed doesn't hike rate or increase rates, well, it's hard to say what will happen, but I could see some kind of impulse move to the upside. The Fed's back on our side. There we go. Well, I guess I was good to actually buy that pullback.
Yeah, I did. I scaled in. But yet again, I scaled out too soon because I thought I need to salvage that bad trade.
Yeah, it was a little questionable there for a second, but we've got 3 trailing stops at 7 each and 21 lots on the NQ. Yeah, this feels like this is the break where it's actually going to test or actually go up there and take out the weekly open. At least tag it. The NDX.
Going for it. Yeah, it was a perfect 10-9 on the C1.
Yeah.
Just that moved down. Now at the extreme.
Let's look at the Bitcoin. Oh,
And crypto, to me, has sort of lost its allure.
yeah,
I think
I can see
you're
that.
gonna have like 100x or even 10x on the major cryptos anytime soon.
Yeah, it's hard to say, I think. But, you know, if you look at the charts on many of the alts are at their next levels where I typically buy. So,
Yeah, the alts, they're like penny stocks, right? Anything can happen. But like Bitcoin, to do a 10x, it has to go to 260,000. It's just, we have some crazy inflation. But the thing is, with the interest rates being raised, and they haven't been raised since Bitcoin showed up, since Bitcoin was born, interest rates have been pretty much zero.
yeah.
This is the first time a whole generation is facing this. They don't understand what that means. It's going to take like a year or two, and that's going to have effect on the market and on everybody. And so I don't think we're going to have hyperinflation with these interest rates.
Well, yeah, but you don't necessarily need high interest rates for hyperinflation. Historically, you do. But, you know, I agree with you. Historically, you could say you do. But I also think that we're probably at a time where we maybe have to start thinking outside of the financial box a bit because of so many things that are in play. I mean, I don't know if you would agree, but I'm thoroughly convinced that every bank or every international bank or anything wants to get on CBDCs. They want to get on digital currency.
Right, but that's not necessarily the crypto. The way they are doing this is they're choking the decentralized crypto to death, and all the technology, all the inventions that have happened in that space, they can easily translate into a CBDC, like a crypto dollar that's heavily regulated, but a lot of that other stuff can still be used and works. And so, like, I don't know. It's just.
But I'm talking beyond crypto, though. I mean, I see the catalyst for crypto, but like I said, one of my thesis that I put out years ago of the third crisis, I think we're still in, and I think that when it gets to that 260, it won't be retail that's going to drive it there. It's going to be the big boys and the girls, and we're starting to see some of that be put in place now, where you won't be able to offboard Bitcoin.
Sort of replacing a little bit of the gold, right? I mean, all the gold bugs, they're older generations, so the new, like,
Yeah.
the new crowd is all into holding Bitcoin as a long-term store of value.
Yeah, you talk to anybody younger, they don't really kind of understand the concept of the physical gold and what the value of physical gold is, or gold in general, comparatively to Bitcoin. It isn't either or for a lot of those people. Or it's not even an option, actually. Gold isn't even an option. Yeah, so Ken's and interest rates do not curb inflation. Cutting the money supply is the only thing that does. Now banks have zero reserve requirements. Yeah. That's what I'm more looking at. I'm not looking at, I think we're at an event where they need to break the current monetary system in order to build back better to a new economic system, which is digital.
Yeah. Well, it's the way I look at it, it's Napster versus iTunes, like Napster was the big deal. People were doing that. Now almost nobody uses it because you have Spotify, you have,
Well, when all legal instead of,
yeah.
which now you're paying double than what you were before if you actually do the math.
Of course, but back in the days, the battle was, that was really nasty, right? Like how the RIAA, the Association of Protecting All the Record Companies, was going after people saying they're not selling CDs because of Napster, but then they realized it's the inconvenience. It's not so much the copyright, but it's like, I don't want to go and buy these CDs and whatever. I have, digital is much better. And so eventually that happens. So right now we have the same thing where all the regulators are fighting the crypto heavily, but it's a losing battle. Whenever you have to employ all the legal, you're only slowing it down. That's all you're doing.
Yeah.
But in the process, it's also getting regulated, and so people are figuring out how to do it legally, how to what's the right way to do this thing. And the CBDC would be the iTunes version of Napster versus Bitcoin, I guess. Because unless the whole society decides, okay, screw you governments, we're just going to use crypto, we don't believe in your fiat currency, but that's just unlikely to happen. You know what I mean?
Oh no, there's too many controls. It's too. Right. The problem is if you get unbanked right now, you still can't really. There's no alternative to being unbanked because cash is going away. If you're in an industry where I have a buddy that's in an industry where his bank accounts are just closed. He's in the, he's gold. He's just a gold buyer. And his bank, he was with one of the major banks here in the U.S. They just shut down his accounts for no reason. Just said, whatever reason you're on, and then shut down an account he's not even connected to 2 or 3 accounts in his family that they're not even connected. They were in his family, got shut down 2 days later. And right now he can still go to another bank, but
so why is that?
Well, he doesn't. They didn't give a reason. They just said that we no longer. I don't know what the standard letter they sent over to him, but basically he does gold and silver, and he's a small time. He has a small time shop.
They consider him some sort of a risk.
Yeah, it was the only thing the manager would tell him is that to just, I don't know, you just hit one of our risk profiles, and the bank is no longer interested in doing business in this industry. So,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
2 of his family accounts that aren't even, his name isn't even connected. Just people in his family got their bank, got the same form letter for shutdown. This is like 4 months ago.
That sounds like a discrimination to me.
Yeah, but it's
You know.
happening,
Yeah.
when it happened to him, he started searching about it, and he said, yeah, this is happening to other people in my field, in my industry, and he's becoming unbanked. And then he said, well, that's where he reached out to me, and he said, hey, I know you're in crypto. And he said, he shared with me this whole story and everything. And, I haven't talked to him in probably 8 to 10 years. So he just said, who do I know? He said, who do I know that knows about crypto? Because I need to figure out whether or not crypto is an option for me to transact business. So,
it's a tough one.
yeah, I
You
told
can't
him,
really do much.
that's what I told him. I said, you should have crypto as an option, but you're going to find pretty early on that it's really not up to snuff for most. I did tell him, I said, for your market, I'm surprised you're not in it already. He said, no, I've been asked about it tons of times. I just, never, I don't know. He just said, I just thought it was too much of a risk, I said, yeah, but it's nowhere near. If you can't get a bank account now, crypto isn't still a good option because you still have to offboard and pay for stuff, which I don't know if this is like in the same line what we were talking about before. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think the future really is, the way I see it, likely to happen for crypto is with the CBDC. The banks can be replaced by the IT industry. So basically, software companies are going to be your bank.
I don't like that
You're
option.
not going to need to have an office to go to because the software company is going to.
Yeah, that's a terrible option.
So basically, like something like CBDC would allow central bank to directly distribute dollars and put their checks in place directly with the software companies. So there's going to be no need for an actual office because you could office from your phone or computer or whatever.
Yeah, no, I get that, but I mean but if have you read the CBC? Have you read their paper? Have you read their outline?
No,
They want a direct relationship with consumers. So if you read their actual outline, that you can go to the WF or not, you can go to the Fed and you can read their test study that they did, and then basically they want what they're trying to set up is a direct relationship with the consumer. So everybody has here in the United States, it's called Social Security number. I know in Italy it's like a codice fiscale, but they want a direct relationship. Like you have a Fed account, you get Fed dollars,
Right.
At least that's how they envision it. I don't like the option of a software.
Right.
I don't know if you've ever tried to get tech support from any of these software companies. It's non-existent.
Yeah, I don't think that's a problem actually. I think the problem I have with it is not so much. I think the software will, with time, it will get solid enough. The problem I have is, of course, with the privacy and people who could be analyzing the blockchain, and basically there is no. I mean, there's so many requirements, especially now the IRS changed the requirement that any transaction over $600 has to be reported between parties. And so, I mean, I understand they want to keep tabs on things, but it's starting to look like, I've only heard of that, but in Russia, for example, how they operate. Let's say you're a successful businessman, you're growing, you made your empire, whatever, or whatever business you're in, every single transaction gets recorded to their version of the IRS, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so the people who are like, it's beyond mafia, right? I mean, the people who are at the high levels, and whenever they don't have to even push you out or force you or threaten you. All they have to do is they go in, they look at your business, and they have a complete snapshot of your business model. Who are your suppliers? How does it work? How can it be improved? Yada, yada, yada. So they can just use your data. Thank you very much for, innovating here, but we're now going to, make another entity and do the same thing you're doing. And they do that.
Order filled.
I mean, here it's probably a little harder because people doing something like that.
No, it's getting more corrupt here. I think the American empire is 50-50, or not even 50-50. I think it's below 30%. It's going to survive the next 20 years. So I don't have high confidence in everything I'm seeing unfold that the American empire is going to survive in any meaningful way from freedom. So
but
the next
an empire before it collapses usually makes some drastic moves, and it's like a trade where the price where right before it turns around it spikes, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think you can look at parallels through history, but also I think you can also realize that we're in a completely different technological advancement in time and control of humans and size of humans that the world's never seen before. So,
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things I do for entertainment once in a while, I watch these videos for interaction with police officer and whatnot. And it just boggles my mind. I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of idiots out there who are in the wrong, and there's a lot of really good cops. So I'm not saying these guys have a really tough job, but then you have some ridiculous situations where it just makes no sense.
No, it's an abuse of power, and it's an unfiltered abuse of power where it's not even logical.
Right. My favorite is watching, because I mean, a lot of police officers are uneducated as to the fact, and public servants, that it is perfectly legal to videotape, to film in a public area, in a public building. Like, let's say you go to City Hall.
Yeah.
And they would put the signs that's like, oh, the guard wants to arrest you, calls the cops, you're trespassing. And oftentimes the cops come in and tell the city clerks, you're actually in the wrong. So good job to those cops.
Yeah, no, I've seen a lot of those videos too. I watched those and the shooting videos because I carry a weapon everywhere. So, which, I'll just share this. If you ever meet someone that actually is a concealed weapon carrier, they're probably one of the most law-abiding people you've ever met in your life.
Oh yeah, the downside to not being a law-abiding citizen.
Yeah.
With that, yeah.
Like, I'm well aware of my rights. I'm well aware of what I have to do. I'm well aware where I can carry my weapon. I'm well aware of what I do when I'm pulled over by a police officer.
It's very tricky though, because laws are different from state to state.
Yeah, well, I mean, sort of. I mean, you have reciprocal laws. So, but yeah, you're right. There are minor things, but there's reciprocal laws. So it depends where you have your concealed carry, and then you can also then apply for when I travel, for instance. Well, when we went down to Florida, we didn't go through one state just because they don't have reciprocal laws for concealed carry. We just went another way. Not that I'm super crazy about it. I just was like, you know what? We can go this way or this way. I'm like, let's go to this state. That way I don't have to worry about. Yeah, exactly. I don't have to worry about putting my.
You could have a permit from one state and it may not be recognized. And there was a map actually saying, like, where do you have the permit, and it shows you the map of the U.S. and where.
No, there's 3 or 4 of them.
I have my concealed carry in like 7 states
Yeah.
because I had to get it in California when I was stationed there, and then stationed in Oregon for a little bit, and Virginia, which is so dumb that some states allow corresponding states to carry the CCO or CPO, and then those states won't let you correlate with
Yeah.
certain states. It's so weird and so odd.
And then you go down to Florida and pretty much you can just, anybody can
You go
carry.
down to Texas and you can literally carry a fucking 6-foot sword if you want.
Yeah.
I think in America we should have, like everybody has a driver's license mandatory. We should have a mandatory laws for at least one piece of weapon to be carried as a mandatory. Everybody.
Yeah.
So this way, everybody would clearly know that you don't push the buttons, you don't do anything wrong, you pay with your life otherwise.
That's actually kind of a smart idea because then everyone, it's like who has the balls to do it first.
Right.
It's just gonna be
Well,
huge.
Isn't that kind of like Switzerland's like that? Like where
Yeah.
Yeah, Switzerland.
Exactly.
basically everybody's in the army, everybody has a weapon.
Yep.
So,
Or they at least
Yeah,
have
like a
a
driver's
familiar.
license.
Yeah, they're familiar with
We
it.
can do that too.
No, we will
Oh,
never
we're
do
going
that.
up. Look at this push.
Yeah, I'm long. I mean, I've been long, so
Awesome.
1036 lots. So we're
So
up.
where's the next Oompa Loompa land?
I would say
655.
no, 655 above, because that's a below. There's that. I said, excuse me. There's that weird range on chart 3. I would use chart 3 between 680 and 665. That is kind of could roll over there, or it could go take out that high at 696. But to me, that's the next area that I'm really interested in shorting. And calling out the Oompa Loompas.
all right. Are we gonna have a big move down now, or just?
You okay, buddy? Hey, so for people that don't have icons for Discord, like just use the base one. Is it just you just don't you can't find one, or you're just fine with just the base icon? I'm just
I'm not
asking.
sure what you're asking.
Oh, so some people don't use like a profile picture for Discord, is what I'm saying.
Ah, it's like a cartoon version of me.
Yeah. I used to have one of those when I was. So the reason why, well, there's a couple of reasons, but my nephew and I talk about this. It would be easier if we would just start doing videos where we just sit down in front of a camera, but
Can I show my face?
yeah, I don't know, we're just not interested in showing our faces.
Well, and everyone probably roast us. We're hella ugly.
Well, I shared this before, so in my last business, I was in real estate before, and I was the second biggest property management company in my region. And I was on radio. I even did some TV stuff. That's where I really started to kind of get into like using myself as a personality to market. And I wasn't that big, but there was 4 or 5 times that I actually got recognized. Like, and it wasn't like someone came over and wanted an autograph or anything like that. Like I was out eating with someone and people came over and said, I think I know you. I know you from somewhere. Where do I know you? Like, I don't know where you know me. And then one of the people I was with it, well, he's on TV all the time nowadays, and like, oh, that's how I know you. And then they started, so it happened like 4 or 5 times. And that's when I realized I have no interest in being recognized at all. I like to be just out there, be the gray man, anonymous outside. And that's kind of why I made a conscious effort when I did trading to like, hey, make it about the trading first. And I could go all corporate with like the I don't know, the predictive trade system or something. But then I said, you know what, I'm just gonna make sure that I'm always grounded, and I'm gonna use Rex as the actual avatar of what I consider still a serious trading. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, especially now with all the AI and whatnot. I mean, it's so easy to like recognize a persona and even fake a persona, which is the crazier one.
Oh, I know that
Right?
the
I mean,
political stuff is going to be crazy the next couple of years, I think.
but I'm saying, like, I mean, even with your voice, I mean, someone could
Yeah.
easily just.
Well, have you seen that with 3 seconds? 3 seconds of your voice now, they can basically duplicate your voice.
Right.
That's insane.
Do you guys get a bunch of calls where there's like you don't know who you're talking to, and like this whole thing they're trying to get you to say no or this or that.
Yeah.
And like what now? I don't know how to answer the phone anymore. Like I usually try to be silent and or just only say hi with whisper. And,
Naked. You answer the phone naked. No, but yeah, no, I get it. I mean, it is, that's, it's scary. Like when you do start looking at the how we're alike on a thread of so many things, from the electrical grid to, all it takes is for a couple key systems digitally to go down for 2 days, and we're pretty screwed for 2 days, for like 2 weeks, I mean. So, a couple key payment infrastructures go down, we're pretty screwed for about 2 weeks. I'm talking about for like down for like 48 hours. If and there's 3 or 4 legacy payment systems that the whole world, or at least the Western world, relies upon. So, not to get down to that. Since I think you, have you ever been to a startup weekend?
I have.
Yeah, so I've gone to 4 of them, and I've never won. I always thought there's one where I thought, oh, we have the best one, right? But I don't know if you've noticed, at least maybe, I feel like the people at startup weekend, and I'm just generalizing, I think that they're in a bubble, and that's one of the reasons why I don't like tech, because they live in a bubble, you know. So for instance, to give you an example, I don't readily share that I carry a firearm everywhere, but one of the startup weekends, because for those that don't know what a startup weekend is, basically it usually starts on Friday, right? Doesn't your the ones that, so you like meet on Friday, and it's a bunch of people that have different various coding skills or marketing skills, and you meet up, and then basically you meet people for that Friday, and then you build a startup in a weekend, and then at the end of on Sunday, typically what you do, you try to create a minimal viable product or concept of your product, and then there's voting by usually a VC, and sometimes there's a prize and everything else, and so you work all weekend with these people you just met, on a new concept. So when you get in your group of usually 4 to 6 people, you then talk about, okay, hey, I have like, so for instance, the last one, or one of them I did, was a voting, basically a kind of a voting type of digital voting with some not weird, but interesting aspects to it. This is well before crypto and everything else. But I just found that's when I found that a lot of the people that were at those just didn't have a broad background of diverse life experiences. I guess it's a nice way to put it, that they're in a bubble, if that makes sense. And I know I'm generalizing. I'm just saying that that's what I've learned from going to those startup weekends.
It's true.
Well, when my group, I was in a group, and there was 2 females and 4 males, and one of the females heard from one of the males that I was carrying a gun, and she freaked out, and she demanded that either I get off the group or she was going to leave the group. So I just said, you know what, that's fine. I won't. I will, when we're together or wherever else. And in fact, they stayed over Saturday night to Sunday night at my house, because we were all coding. I said, well, I have a big area that we can all just set up 5 or 6 computers and just go all night if we want to. But I don't know where my mind's going. I'm just sharing my experiences of some of the stuff. It was interesting, the things that actually won on startup weekend. It was always the things that's how I know I don't think I could be a VC. I don't think I could actually be because I don't think I have the ability to actually understand the things that actually will go to series B and series C and series A rounds. I don't think I understand that world enough. If I'm speaking Greek to
Yeah.
everybody, I apologize. I'm just trying to kill time while the market's trying to move.
I mean, it's a good exercise. I mean, rarely you're going to see something that comes out of a startup weekend and becomes something big, really.
Yeah.
Like, you have better chance at the lottery, I think. But
And you wouldn't
it's good to
you wouldn't share your
it's good to
idea
find-
there anyways, right?
honestly, I mean, I am of the opinion that the idea is honestly an idea. It's worthless. Like, it's really about execution. Because the same
Yeah.
idea, you could have 10 teams work on it, and to succeed with that idea, it takes a lot more than just the idea.
Yeah.
So I don't like. That's why, like, I was never a fan of these NDAs or whatever. Even like, let's say with your trading, like, for example, you think that if people saw, and you've already had it in some of the videos, they saw your 4-chart setup, and already some of your videos contain that. Okay, is that really a big secret? Are they really just gonna take that and do what? Like, I mean, we have all of your training material, and it's still, I feel like, it's not enough. So
No, we're the same mind there. I mean, we really are, because when we talked offline, we talked about NDAs. I mean, both of I've done that. I've gone down that stupid route of sitting down with someone and going through all these dumb NDAs and everything else. And then you spend a week going through all that crap. And then when you sit down, you don't go anywhere or you don't get anywhere and you just wasted a bunch of time. It's like, because like you said, it's really about the execution.
in my experience, whenever I was working on my own project, and like, most people are very tight, like, okay, I'm not gonna reveal my secret, whatever. But I found that talking to people about my project, revealing my secret, actually, I got more out of it than they did, because I mean, how many of the people I'm talking to are going to directly start competing with me versus, the brainstorming session that ensues and the feedback that I get expands my total, like, all the knowledge I have on the subject.
Yeah.
Plus, you get feedback from people because maybe sometimes you're wrong about some things.
No, you do.
So I actually found that not doing an NDA is actually more beneficial, and being more open is more beneficial than is holding things tight close.
Well, that was our secret when I ran my digital agency, is that I would come in and we would sit down at a conference table with maybe whoever was, and we'd identify their pain point. And then I would tell them, I would walk through exactly how to solve their pain point, like knowing that they can know the answer, but they couldn't execute, because if they could execute, they would have already solved the problem. Right. And I remember when I was working with this guy relatively new to selling that was part of our team. And he's like, every time you go in, you basically tell them you give them the full answer. I said, yeah, because like exactly like you said, I know it's about the execution and they need us to execute,
I gotta pick up this phone. So
Yeah.
see you.
All right. Still waiting for that test of the weekly open. I mean, we're still, buying the pullbacks is really kind of still the same thing. I was long on oil for that. I should have sold at the RDA on chart 2. Where are we at? Gold, I'm waiting for, we're waiting on GC. You can see where my sell limit is at. I'm just going to be patient to get up there. Oil, the next level on oil, I think this level is going to break. So it actually is probably a good short. I think we're going to short oil. So I'm shorting oil. And then were we targeting on oil CL? Let's look and see here. There is a level on CL. We're using chart 4 once again. There is a support and resistance level at 88.10. There is a standard Rex dog level at week level at 87.96. And then our next strong level that really is very clear. You could say on oil CL, if it really does get moving, and this isn't probably today, but eventually would be $87 even. 87.00. By the way, if you're not an alpha member, I would highly suggest that you DM me and say, how do I become an alpha? Just thought I'd throw that out there. Let's see. I think we're going to stop streaming here because my nephew, in a few minutes, because my nephew and I have things we got to accomplish to make things better, better. Couple of things on number one, we need to get a podcast episode out this week and start getting some more in the can so that we're ahead of them there.
Okay, yeah. I'm still in this long as well.
You're with me then. Great.
Yeah. I was listening, but I was working on the PC, so now, yeah.
All good.
It's okay when you do your things. It's always nice to listen. So.
So the US SEC went after Stoner Cats NFT that raised about $8.2 million. They had to pay $1 million in fine and return the investors' money for an unregistered offering.
Yeah, it's really interesting what will happen with crypto. So I was listening as well. I think there will be a lot of more confusable things going on with digital tracking and what you can understand with real money or virtual money. So a lot of governments are are bankrupt and they need to push some fake new money.
Yeah, that's the only option. If you look at the printing of the money and you look at, it, well, in the US, I can just tell you, I don't know how we get rid of our debt unless the US gets into a major war or just something happens where they basically blow up the current monetary system, because unless there's just unbelievable growth in AI, I don't know the math, the calculations to pay off the debt doesn't make sense. But I'm just a lowly, dog trader. What do I know?
I want to be some lonely dog trader.
Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes I realize it's an interesting journey.
Yeah.
To learn something new, what is possible to make by your own. So when we had this Corona crisis, I was a victim, but not really a victim, because I got the possibility to go in with trading and to concentrate what I really like to do.
Well, that's good. They turned the fact that they locked down and took away everybody's freedom to turn it into a positive.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, there was there's a radio host in the United States here that used to say, and I didn't fully start living it, but he used to say, I don't participate in recessions. I don't participate in so, that attitude, meaning that, yeah, he'd set up, and he was fortunate, but he set up his life and his finances not to participate in recessions. I think that was one of the things that with trading, with doing this, you're able to set up yourself so that you don't participate in, if you have the skill of trading and you have the ability to pull capital regardless of what direction the market's taking, then you can wake up tomorrow and the market can be tanking. And this is something that I had to get my people close to me understanding, like, because I remember, like I said, I remember this one time we went out with my my wife's family, and it was when the market was really tanking, and they said, "Josh, you must have lost tons of money today." I'm like, "No, I had one of my best days today." And they were like, "Well, what do you mean?" I said, "Oh, I mean, but how could you have one of your best days? The market was like, I was watching my 401k and I lost like 7% today." I'm like, "Yeah, because and this is when my wife finally got it. I said, "Look, I make money. I can make money regardless of what the direction of the market is, and I know that's foreign to most of you, but." Oftentimes because I am a fader and I used to have a really big short bias. Like I would short everything. So obviously when the market's selling off, you're like awesome. But I said, I had one of my best days ever here. Because once again, most people think that you can only buy, right? You buy low, sell high. Most people don't know that there's other instruments, there's other things, there's Forex, there's, crypto, there's, you know what I mean?
You must think in the opposite direction. So
Yeah.
where I am still struggling is the short direction. Always, yeah, I identify some areas where it could be a good fade zone, and then I'm trying to fade, but it's not real. Yeah, you must be quick, and I just thinking that I'm not as quick as I need to be to execute fast trades. So I'm more for the swing trades, but I need
to change your thinking to do that then, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So just like now, I was watching, and so we in this area on C2 where there's a lot of possibilities to make quick scalps, but I didn't touch anything. So it was up and down and up and down, and now I'm still in one position, in micro, and just waiting to hit the target.
Hey,
So
nephew Lee, who's the guy that used to stream all the time? Is he here? Isn't there a guy that was in Discord that used to stream all the time?
I think it was Greyhawk.
Oh yeah. Where did he just drop off the map? I haven't seen him for a while.
I'm not sure. Some time he was writing that he has to work and he don't want, or he can't trade anymore when he's working or concentrate. Maybe.
Well, then we got Banger trading on his phone in the middle of being in college.
Banger, I'm really surprised or what and how he's doing, because he's really constant as well with the amount of what he's doing. So it's about $1,200 up, and
Yeah, maybe what we'll do is Kevin Graves, I'll answer your question here in a second, but I think I'm due to connect with him because he's working with us on creating trading view indicators, because we're gonna start predicting ranges, which so Banger, he created the key levels indicator with us. So, and then we have two indicators that we're working on together right now and then we're going to work together to create the predicting ranges indicator, which these are all going to be member only indicators. So pretty much going forward, any new indicator, except for one or two, are going to be members only. And then also, well, I'm not going to get to that. I need to talk to him today or in the next 2 days to to talk about some other aspects of some things we're planning.
Yeah, maybe sometimes we can exchange here the different strategies, what's working, what's not working, because we are all individuals, and what's working for you, maybe it's not working for me, and what's working for Banger, maybe it could work. But it's interesting to share.
Let me break in here. So yeah, I distracted myself. That's what I'll add to the list here. I'll add to my to-do to talk to him on is, he wasn't sure how he could share a screen. I think we could use our platform here and he can log in, and then we can maybe do a couple training sessions with him, like the Rockwell training sessions where maybe he can just trade, or he can, he's busy with he's busy with college, but maybe we can do a couple training, or I'll ask him if he's willing to do a couple training sessions where he doesn't have to worry about the setup or recording. We'll host it, but then we'll let him just kind of drive. So I'll ask him if he's up for that. I think he is. So because
would be interested.
He uses an aspect up until he joined the Rexdog system. He was using the oh my gosh, what's it called? Come on, it's the come on, I'm drawing a blank. No, it's Japanese. It's the
the Japanese candlesticks.
No,
the Hiki.
no. It's this is gonna bother me now, and I'm gonna have to really look it up. I'm sorry. Let me go to indicators.
Indicator. Okay.
It's see all my favorites. Look at that. I got a ton of favorites.
The Nada Yara thing.
No.
Is that it?
Ichimoku.
Ichimoku. There it is. Thank you. God, it was driving me insane. I was about to.
I was thinking because way back I used it also for crypto, but I changed it a little bit. But I found out that's not always the indicator. It's to maybe it gives some confirmation in some.
No, you have to use it predictively. That's the thing. So I used it for about 3 months, and he was already trading Ichimoku, and then he adapted some of the. I'll let him tell it, but I mean, when talking to him, he adapted some of the Rexdog philosophy into his existing trading. So he was already somewhat competent, although not. He was. I'll let him share, but he was doing okay with the Ichimoku, but he wasn't trading with conviction. And then some of the things that we do in the Rexdog system then added to his conviction for executing trades. That's, I think, what you're seeing the result of now, and what he's sharing with his funded account, which I'm working on doing either 2 or 1 funded accounts myself. So I'll play within their little rules. Finally, Apple moved to USB-C everything. But now I need to buy a new pair of, I have to buy 2 more headsets. Stupid. Because they just don't sell a case. I really hate Apple. Sorry, I don't mean to.
Oh, I don't care. I don't use Apple, so.
I'm just stuck in their ecosystem. So, okay, Kevin Gray's asked, so in other words, we can't pay down the debt. What's your opinion? Yeah, I look at it and I just don't, short of confiscation. Oh, well, okay, I don't want to get political here, but I will say the United States this year has crossed the Rubicon as far as using the legal system has always been, we think that you're, at least here in the United States, you're innocent until proven guilty. That hasn't been true for at least 12 to 15 years, in my opinion, because the way mass media is, if you're accused of anything, good luck trying to get your reputation back. If you're a star, maybe someone like Johnny Depp, for instance, like what he went through, but good luck. But this year is officially the year where just from an objective historical view, the United States used the judicial system to go after political opponents in ways that it hasn't been used before. So, you know, and the other thing that's happening for those that are not in the United States is that you know, if you're not a business owner, you really don't understand how regulations really affect you. But the regulation, the amount of regulations that are being put in place, and yes, you can say you can fight it, but the problem is that the window for fighting it is getting shorter. So it used to be that you could say, okay, look, this is going to be fought. It's going to be 24 to 36 months before this is. I can still operate my business. So for instance, I'll give you an example of one, okay? In the United States, if you know anybody that owns a farm, and I don't know the exact guidelines here, but I'm just generalizing. If anybody gets into a combine and drives the combine for, I think, over 8 hours on the farm, they have to have a Class C or a trucker's license. Now, going forward, this is a regulation. So this isn't a law. This is a regulation passed by an unelected. And if you know anybody that has a farm, you know, basically it's a family thing. You know, it's everybody, especially a family farm. I'm saying, you know, you might have a 17-year-old son or daughter out there and saying, hey, can you go run the combine for about 2 hours, right? Well, now there basically has passed a federal regulation that anybody that operates a combine or like machine above, it's literally like an 8-hour window, they have to then have a trucking license. They have to be this is just a regulation. Like, it's not a law. Like I said, so these type of regulations, though, the window for you going in and saying anything is shortening. And now I believe, from me talking to someone 3 days ago, that has a farm, this came out of left field. Suddenly, now, you know, he can't have his sons or his son-in-law go out there and just run a combine because now he's breaking the law. Like, now, is it going to still happen? Yeah, they're still going to do it, I'm sure. But all it takes now is for someone to be out there with a drone or whatever else using AI and to say, hey, we've noticed that there's unlicensed truck drivers running your combines. And, you know, then here's the fine, you know. So I'm sharing that as an example of things that I've seen that have increased in pace that the average person, the average business owner just can't keep up with. Just can't. I can't remember the name of the book. There's a book that basically goes through the average person breaks 5 or 6 felonies a day without even knowing it, just living your life. You know, when you get to that level, if they want to go after you, I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I'm just saying that I think we're at a point in time where, you know, it's going to get, your freedom to transact and to do things are increasingly becoming difficult, is what I would say. And I don't know if that's...
Yeah, it's true, but it's I'm not sure in which country. Maybe some South American countries, but in Europe it's even worse.
Yeah, it is. And if you look at, you know, where can you escape to, where you can have some of that autonomy, it's getting, the list of countries is getting smaller and smaller, right?
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, all in all, though, you can look and say, well, we've never been more, you know, we've never had as, you know, I'm still amazed when you go to the grocery store and you can get stuff. I can get stuff that's grown only in a specific place across the world, and I can get it reliably day after day. You know what I mean? That just amazes me. You know, it still amazes me that I can 5 minutes away, I can go get food that is grown only in a specific location across the world, and it's there reliably every single day. I'm still amazed by stuff like that. So in some aspects, we are in this, like I said before, I mean, part of one of the reasons why I want to do what I do is because I think I attract like-minded people that like freedom and that like, and if I can create 5 or 6 people that are wealth, I mean, uh, legacy building wealth for their generations, well, at least 2 generations on, that's gonna hold. It's typically that third generation that screws everything up. So at least 2 generations of freedom lovers, I think, of wealth will put it to use in the market. I'm not saying politically. I'm just saying in the market. I think the best way to get people to is you live your life a certain way, and then you lead by example, and then your friends and people around you will see and say, well, whatever that person's doing, they must be doing something right. That's more of a better way than sitting there and arguing with people every day, is lead by example. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. Well, you said one thing, so I believe of how you say the law of attraction, so that the right people get connected, and it's also a discussion about marketing. So sometimes people sell something and it's not the product what they want to have, but it's the way they see this product. Like Dickinson is selling the freedom. You don't buy a motorbike, but it's the freedom behind this motorbike. What's selling, and in our case, in this group, I'm not sure, but I think I'm here for a very special reason, and yeah, I found it already before I started really trading, but now I'm really happy to be here because I talk with some people here, and we exchange, and I believe that we have something in common. So
That's good to hear. I feel the same way. That's why it is, and there is a core group of people here that are showing up every day, and we are growing slowly, so I agree. I think it's
I think it's as well as I think it depends as well as you are growing up. So I believe that the self growing is maybe if you're in a teenage, you're not thinking about it, but when you have family and everything, yeah, it's changing something with you. So the responsibility and how you see the future. So I'm happy that I was grown up in the 80s, 70s, and yeah, nowadays, yeah, our kids have really new challenges. So every generation has his challenge, but I've been grown up in a really period, so I'm happy to have these possibilities now.
that is a good way to look at it, actually, because as much as we can all complain about the loss of freedoms, and it is true, but there still is a great opportunity. I think I've shared this before with my daughter. I didn't get this. This isn't original to me, but I believe it. I told her and her boyf and a few people that were in her age. I said, I've told my daughter this before, but I've told her, don't listen to me, but don't listen to me, because obviously I've lived longer. I have a little bit of wisdom, I think, but at the same time, you guys have opportunities that I can't even realize, even though out of all of probably maybe the parents that was there or that they mentioned, I'm probably the most in tune with technology and even the culture, which is strange. Maybe it's just because I'm sitting in front of a computer all day. I can consume stuff,
Mm.
and I still listen to rap. I still listen, I listen to what the teenagers listen to today, which is crazy for a guy that's around 50.
Yeah,
But
it's for me the same.
yeah, I
Last week we went out with some friends, and yeah, we just met the kids of our friends. And what are you doing here? We're dancing, we're drinking, we have fun. So
yeah, I felt weird going to a Ray. I don't know how to say their name, Ray Shermat or whatever the hell that those rappers are, but it was a couple years ago. They were in town. I'm like, we're going to that concert. And I was surprised. I mean, I would say I was one of the older people there, obviously, but there was other, people of the 40-year-old, 50-year-olds that were, there. I mean, definitely we were like less than 5% of the population there, but they're one of my new favorite groups. So when they came to town, I had to go see them, especially when it was in a relatively secure area where I didn't have to worry about, the typical
sounds
stuff when you go to a
wonderful.
rap music concert. You know what I mean?
For me as well, I like to go to concerts, but as well, I'm 51, so
Yeah.
sometimes you meet people looking at what are you doing here?
Yeah.
I'm having fun. And you?
Yeah, it is. It is interesting being of that. I've always liked the hardcore rap. I guess you would say, from Ghetto Boys down,
Yeah.
and I didn't, I don't know.
On the MC.
Yeah. I never really considered I would grow out of it, but I didn't imagine that I would still be 50 and listening to hardcore rap. I guess it's gotten worse though. I will say the quality. It's I don't know. I'm not going to go down the rap, but I just think that the quality of the hardcore rap has got worse as far as having some type of meaning behind the songs.
Yeah.
I just hate female rappers. I just don't like. Any of the new female rappers, I just cannot listen to because it's all about one subject, right? And anyways, I don't know why I'm getting down this rabbit hole, but
It's the ego of the people sometimes they make songs about, and
yeah, but I go back to when like you said, you were growing up, remember Two Live Crew? I don't know if you've heard of them, but that was,
maybe when I hear some song, yeah.
yeah, so that they were banned by the US government and because they did oh, I'm So Horny, I think is the name of the song.
Yeah.
You-
Horny.
Yeah. And that was around when I was growing up and that was pushing the culture then, right? Even NWA, if you would tell Ice Cube that he was going to be in children museum movies, or if you told Ice-T that he'd be playing a cop in 20 years, I think he would have laughed at you.
Mm. Yeah.
I do have there is one thing I might do in music still that I have an account that I started. And when it gets to a certain dollar figure, I'm going to try to actually do something in rap music. I'm going to put out an album, not me, but I have a playlist on Spotify that's called Hustlin' Motivation. And it's the top hustling music that I think exists in rap. And I want to approach artists and actually produce a album of hustling music from modern artists and be the, I don't know what role, I have to figure out the legal side of how I would do this, but basically approach artists and either co-write with them or basically be in control of the masters or of the song. I'm going to create a what is it called? I'm drawing a blank. This might never come to fruition too, by the way, but I would like to create, I can't think of the word, I'm drawing a blank word, not a street release, but a mixtape. They're not tapes anymore, but of probably 12 songs, various artists that I've identified, and basically be focused on, okay, this is Hustlin' Album Volume 1. And basically, there's about 7 artists that I've already selected that I want to approach and say, hey, I want one track from you to go on this mixtape. Or mix album, not mixtape. But, you know, you can tell how old I am when I say mixtape. But I mean, I would already. So, like I said, I have. If I wasn't trading and doing what I do, then I would cash out my chips, and then I would be doing things like that. I would be working on my novel, or working more on my novel, and maybe probably I realize that if I go with, which I'm waiting to hear back, either go with this one studio that I think is doing entertainment the way that it needs to be done, or I have to fund my first film project myself. And I don't think that I'm going to play much more than a role than just being the actual funding / high level creative, because I came up with the story. I realized that I don't think I could be on a set. I don't think I have the skill to be a producer or a director. So I don't know what role I'm going to have other than the funding / creative side. Anyways, I know I'm just going off in different subjects, so I apologize if people are bored with me talking. I mean, part of it is you need to keep yourself occupied trying to wait for the weekly test open. Oh, we're right there actually on the index. It's testing the weekly open. So I would say it's either going to overshoot it here pretty decently. I'm going to tighten up my stops. I have all my stops now on the NQ within profit above my entry in 24 lots, up about $4,500. There we go. Pushing through the weekly open. This is probably a good place to fade somewhere up here somewhere. It'd be interesting to see if it's going to get all the way up to 643. But that's what I'd be targeting that 640 level. So let's see if it gets up there. So for those that are watching on YouTube or on TradingView, you'll see a link below that says join my Discord. You'll definitely want to do that. That's something you want to do. So definitely do that. If you are interested in trading the system that you see me trading, it's called the Rexdog Trade System. You can join Discord or actually join the site or go to the site rexdogtrading.com. You'll see a link there that says get started now. You just can't join the system. We like to talk to everybody before they get going. So let's see if this trade is going to work out. We already did test the weekly open on the NDX. Let's see if it's going to overshoot or not. That's what we're really looking for. You know what's interesting about this X change is that on Discord it says X, Twitter. So, and I've seen in most articles it says X, formerly known as Twitter. I'm wondering, you know, is X gonna stick? What is anybody here willing to speak up? Is X gonna stick, or is it gonna go back to Twitter? Or is Twitter gonna go X and Twitter gonna go out of business? What do you guys think? Any thoughts?
I have no idea.
I don't either.
I have a question.
Sure.
Where are you getting that 643 numbers?
I am using chart 3. So see that breakdown candle there? I'm kind of splitting the middle between that high and the breakdown candle. It's not quite there. I mean, I'm using 643 because if you look at the extension, where's it at?
Got it.
It's
I
right
see,
there.
I see the area.
Yeah.
I'll have to-
So I just chose 643 because it just sounded sexier.
It does sound sexy. I
Exactly.
agree.
Exactly. It looks good in a leotard or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah.
Does Victoria's Secret still do the Victoria's Secret show? I haven't watched TV in so long.
I didn't know if Victoria's Secret was still in business. Are they
Oh,
still
it
in
is.
business?
Oh yeah, I saw one the other day. It was pretty packed. But I won't say that. That's not appropriate. I'll keep that to myself. We do have a channel, but we haven't really been that active. It's called Warrior, and it is a channel that the intention of it is if you want to join it and you're an alpha, you can join. But I'll just share with you, there's things in there that would get most mere mortals canceled. So you can only be an alpha and you can only request to be added because basically anything, it's like comedy. Anything is, we're within certain guidelines. I don't accept racism. So, but, we don't really police the speech in there. So if you are interested in maybe getting a little bit more saucy with the group here and you're an alpha, you can ask to become a warrior. And that's where basically nothing can leave that warrior channel. I should make it so that things disappear like what the kids use nowadays. What's that? Well, I don't even know if they use it anymore. Not TikTok.
Gotta make it disappear.
Yeah.
You gotta make it disappear, especially now.
Well, I don't know if I can be canceled. I'm sure I could be canceled, but I'm not going to I wouldn't bow down to them. So, it's just a matter of could they financially get to me to cancel me? That's the only thing that's a risk.
Yeah.
But I also don't say anything that I don't believe or I don't stand behind. So I'm not a talking head that just goes out. So if I do say something controversial, I believe it and I'm willing to stand up. Or if I say something that maybe in the moment I shouldn't have said, I'm willing to apologize, or say, really I wasn't thinking, but very seldom do I say anything that I don't believe.
No, it sounds like an interesting channel, just because so much is self-censored as far as in communities that I'm with, that I have to just hold my tongue and just not engage because it's going to be very difficult to communicate and maintain a rapport.
Yeah.
And if I was, and I have, but it's not like I enjoy kissing people's backside, but I just keep it to myself because I do need to engage in other, what would you call it, social circles that require me to filter.
Yeah. And that's the thing that I think has been lost over the last 20 years is that, and maybe it's never been like this, but I feel like, you can't, let's say I knew people growing up that disagreed almost 90% of them and everything, but they were still friends. They could still have a beer together. And I can't think of anybody that I know, any relationships where they disagree 90% of on everything, but they could still sit down and enjoy each other's company, right? They still respect each other. That's few and far between now because we all put each other in, the camp. And if
I know,
you know
I
what I mean?
personally don't. I try to, sorry, I interrupted.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, I know I try to look beyond the the voice to understand what's the underlying thing going on. But I know that unless I'm really prepared to explain things thoroughly, I'm not going to embark on sharing my points of view sometimes, because it's going to just
Distract.
require too much. And a lot of times the judgment is already set. They're not, a discussion is actually not a discussion. It's already been decided.
Yeah. Well, I will share personally with, I agree with Ken on that. But I won't mention that in the stream. But you know, that's where I said living. My wife is in a very, she still does, she enjoys what she does, but she's in a very, what's the word I'm looking for? She's in an industry that leans heavy on one side politically.
I already know what you're saying, and this is actually why I'm in trading, because I had an industry that was leaning heavily on one side, and I got caught in the crossfire. And so it's like I'm disillusioned and finding my own way to stand on my feet.
And that's what I tell her. She's a person of color, so she's Asian. Just so you guys know, I mean, not that you guys care, but she's Asian, and I'll just share this. Then this is as far as I'll go with it. She's often signaled out for an opinion because she is a person of color, and she hates it. She literally hates it. And I tell her, I said, well, number one, you can, if you're going to fight the battle, you need to, I'm behind you, and don't worry about losing anything, but you have to be willing to fight the battle, and, you know, and step up, or just live your life as an example. Laugh at them when they come up with these weird theories about things, and don't get involved, because 99%, 98% of the people, like even the people, well, that's what's weird is there's people privately that agree with her on things, but will never publicly even acknowledge it. So I said, if you're willing to fight the fight, I'm all for it, but you have to realize that the second that you put a stand against the prevailing thinking in where you work, you realize from that day forward, you have to fight the fight. So if you're willing to do that, great. Otherwise, just go along. You know what I mean? So
I hear you.
But it utterly frustrates her where, you know, but she still gets, you know, in what she does, she still gets, the negative, or the positives outweigh the negatives still, which is amazing to me when I hear stories of what she has to go through, or, you know, the asinine stuff she goes through and stuff like that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, I've come to, for myself personally, I'm now I not selfish in the sense, but I've put my idealism aside, because I've spent much of my life attempting to take a stand, and for a good chunk of it was moving in the right direction. But like I say, I got caught in a crossfire, and now it's like I know who I am. I know how I'm going to treat people around me. I'm going to treat them with respect and compassion. But I'm not going to engage in certain subjects because it's a closed ear.
Yeah. People have already made up your mind, and there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
To
So
change it.
Yeah, and life for me, life is too short. I've done a fair amount of struggling and suffering, and I'm at my age where I'm early 50s, and I'm like, you know, I'm going to move with the river. I'm going to learn something I really find fascinating, and see what the next chapters bring, or chapter, or whatever.
Yeah, I'm of the same. 10 years ago, I was really, really into politics, or maybe 15 years ago. I was really, and I used it more as a form of entertainment almost, but now
you do.
Yeah, now I don't even now I don't, I barely even pay attention to the political machinations of what's going on, because I just don't care anymore. I just don't, you know, it's a uniparty. And, I learned that firsthand by, I think I've shared this before. I wanted to be the prince or the guy behind the scenes. And I got about 3 weeks a whiff of that industry, of the political industry, and realized I didn't enjoy any of the people I was around. I couldn't trust any of them. And, they all, at least when it's kind of like what I talked about before in the startup weekend, they were all in, they're part of their little clique, and they're, they look down upon the serfs. Well, that's what I felt anyways. I felt that they,
Stuck up, yeah.
huh?
Stuck up, right?
Yeah. I just,
I-
go ahead.
Yeah, I've worked with a hedge fund, but not like a big one, like not like an institution, more like a few wealthy people with like just getting some stuff going with the trader and automating stuff. But it's interesting in this space. There is a huge spectrum, actually. I mean, if you go outside of your institutional hedge funds, there's some interesting characters in the private. I mean, I would even go as far as to say that you're in that category as well. Like, you're a very interesting person, very different from the rest. Like, I mean, it is interesting. I mean, if you go outside the crazy institutions. I mean,
Oh, I do agree. I mean, I can think of 4 or 5 people here in my local area, and if we're just limiting it to like the hedge fund world or the capital world, that are interesting characters into themselves. Because I think one of the reasons for that is because the ultimate decider is, can you pull capital from the market, right? It's like, you can either pull capital from the market or you can't. And then money is power to some extent. So if you can amass capital, that's the ultimate arbitrator. I mean, that's the ultimate goalpost in trading and a hedge fund, is that if you can pull capital from the market and hold on to it and build it, no one can really argue with that. There's very other industries out there like that. Right? I mean,
right.
it's very cut and dry. Either you made a profit or you didn't. It's not, there's no in between where, so for instance, in the hedge fund, well, that's not true. Who's that chick? Who's that? I shouldn't say chick. Who's that there's only one example I can think of, which is that female that runs the
ARC.
Yeah, is it
Kathy
ARC?
Woods.
Yeah, where I don't think you could justify the returns comparatively to the media hype, right?
Oh, right. Yeah, I agree.
So that's one example, but that's very rare. That very rare does someone have the ability to have unrealized profitable gains, or no. Does someone have losses, but then they still have people begging begging to be in their fund, begging to invest with them? That's very rare in the capital world. Well, at least from my perspective. I mean, you look at, remember, Bernie Madoff. I mean, that guy, it was from the beginning, though. It wasn't.
He was a scammer, though.
Yeah, no, but from the beginning, I mean, I don't think there was ever a time where it was legit, from what I've read, from what I've seen.
Did you see the documentary by any chance?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
It was this, what was it, the 6th floor and the 8th floor, or whatever the 2 floors were.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I thought even some of the movie, the one where not Robert Redford, but played by guy in The Godfather, drawing a blank. Guy in Heat.
Marlon Brando? No. Robert De Niro.
De Niro, yeah. I think De Niro played him in one of the shows, in one of the movies. That was a pretty decent movie, I thought. Played Bernie Madoff.
Seen it.
Yeah, it was pretty decent. Maybe we'll do that. I think we're testing out the stage. Maybe I think Margin Call is the first movie I'd like us to, or I'd be cool for us to kind of sit down and do a movie time together sometime. Just talk about the movie, and just talk about trading while the movie's playing. So that's something we want to do. That's one of my favorite movies.
Need to rewatch it. It's been a long time.
The Big Short was pretty good too.
Yeah. And you know what's, I was in real estate during that time, and it brings back two bad memories where I can't, well, there's a scene in there where he talks to these real estate brokers, the mortgage brokers. And that scene is so realistic as far as that time. It is like, I remember distinctly the mortgage bros that, 3 months before were maybe, I don't know, who knows what they were doing something outside of finance. And they were suddenly making 10 to 20 grand a month writing mortgages that anybody could have wrote, because basically the banks were, no income, no verification, nothing. I mean, if you got a loan disapproved, you'd have to be an idiot, because they basically were telling you, hey, not falsify, but hey, you just need to just submit it. You know what I mean? It was so bad.
Yeah.
Have you ever
Joke
seen
was-
this? Sorry. Oh, I'll just throw. There's a film that I enjoy. Glenn Ross.
Oh yeah, that's a classic. Well,
Yeah.
that's a classic sales. I mean, if you've been on any sales floor or anything, then if you don't know Glengarry Glen Ross, you're going to miss half the references that salespeople are talking about. So for those that don't know, I mean, I'm a direct marketer at heart, and I'm also, if you've heard of this guy named, I have these flashes of thoughts, and then Dan Kennedy. So I'm of the Dan Kennedy ilk of direct marketing. So for those that are wondering, my philosophy of direct marketing, Dan Kennedy is his philosophy. One of his core tenets is that you need to be outrageous. So, like a good example is there's a radio ad here of a guy that sells life insurance, and I think one of his things is like, I'm on wife 3 just like you. Like, so his or his marketing, is like, it's what you would consider outrageous, but it's memorable because no one else there is willing to go there, right? No one else there is like basically saying, hey, I'm so and so, I'm on wife 3, that's why. And before we got married, she demanded that I get life insurance. And me being a 70-year-old or 68-year-old man popping the blue pill, I mean, this is like his ad on radio. You would think I couldn't get life insurance, but I did. So I'm just like you. Maybe you're not on wife 3 like me, but maybe you're just on wife 2. But you can get life insurance. So that's my example of outrageous advertising, which is like, in order to stand out in the world today, you have to have kind of the marketing that I adopted oftentimes when I worked with my agency clients was, how can we take an aspect of what you do and within the industry? So for instance, in the one of the ones that I was really proud of was the caster. You don't know what caster wheels are, but I did consulting with a caster wheel company, and we found a way to have a unique marketing message that was a little outrageous in that industry, but then garnered the attention and then drove everything else out there. I mean, it was the first point of awareness. Once we got awareness, it got them into the funnel that did multi-touch point digital marketing, mobile marketing, and even snail mail campaigns. We had like a 15-part snail mail campaign, where we'd send various packages and stuff like that. But anyways,
I think this is gonna break down now.
yeah, it looks like it. That's why I'm short, but I'm wondering whether or not I should probably reverse. And I think I'm reversed. I don't think I did. I've been bouncing between 45 and 50K of profit today, playing around with these various ranges where I should have just been taking profit here and there and getting up to 60 instead of playing around with this one range. Oh, it's about to be the afternoon pivot too.
And we already reached the weekly, right?
Yeah. So, it tagged the weekly, just a minor overshoot on the NDX. So the index is showing the RDA. So I would say that it looks like it's going for the RDA. So watch out for that. We're hitting the slow momentum now on the actual. I'm taking profit on this short, and 27 lots, still in 24 lots. We're going to go to 6 lots, and I'm going to put in trailing stops into just above my entry so I don't take any loss. So that's an example there. We talked yesterday a little bit, if you're on the session, that's why it's sometimes hard to follow me, because I was long. And then what did I see? On chart 2, I saw a move, and someone mentioned it. It looked like it's going to break down here. Well, I immediately then looked at the 4 charts at a quick glance and said, okay, the pattern makes sense for a breakdown. Also, I saw that chart 2, the momentum had switched. It lost the RDA when someone mentioned that, and I reversed right away. And then I added to the trade. That's why sometimes it's hard to track what I'm doing, because that whole decision process was within 6 seconds or so of making that decision and executing.
6 seconds delay to YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. And then the delay over streaming, right?
Yeah.
I think there's still an opportunity that actually, if it comes up on chart 2 to test the RDA and stuff, you could probably short again.
Yeah. Definitely not a good idea, even though you're streaming this live, for people to try to copy you, because it just doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Although it is sort of beneficial if I'm in a trade to kind of know, okay, I guess we're on the same trade.
Yeah.
It could help some people with staying longer if they're watching you. But of course, the point is to learn to do it yourself.
Well, that's the key. I mean, I've always had the philosophy of teaching everybody to fish. Because if I go away, what point is it for that? You can only trade when I'm around. What benefit have you gained, right? So I've always took that philosophy. But when go ahead.
It is harder when you're not around, though. I'll admit to that.
I'd agree. I see that.
I see the same things we're discussing. I'm like, oh, I'm getting it. So it's kind of nice. I feel like I'm getting it. I'm coming to the same or similar conclusions as you are.
Mm-hmm.
But then when you're not around, it feels much harder.
But that's where I am appreciative of the group here on Discord, especially that are, when I'm not around. I mean, there's been times where I joined and I just haven't said anything because I know I take the oxygen out of the room a little bit, which I understand. I mean, but even this morning, I didn't join the conversation for a good 30 minutes, just listening to everybody else and kind of how they were reading the market. And I think the group's doing well with coming together and coming up with sharing, here's how I see it, here I see it. And for the most part, I think that those conversations are in line with what the market's doing. So I'm seeing, like I said, I'm I guess from a parent perspective, as a proud parent, I'm seeing people in the group starting to grow continuously.
Yesterday was a revelation for me. That after a trading session was in the alpha room was just really, really useful. And so I'm actually trading less aggressively today because I'm playing predictive games with myself here with Fibonacci retracement tool, with drawing levels, and just really practicing, okay, fundamentals. Am I seeing this? Rather than bringing even the emotional content of I've done a few trades, but I'm like, you know what? Let me watch it and see if my prediction is accurate, so I can build the confidence when you're not here to be able to execute.
That's good. So does it feel good, or how does it feel?
It's awesome. I mean, I literally just as let me just, like, I forget names here. Asenki, I think. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Yeah,
Sensky.
Asensky. Yeah,
Sensky.
there's an
Sorry
S in the
about that,
middle.
yeah. But just as he had said, I think it's going to move down. Whatever he basically, what you said along those lines, I was like, yep, I see that. It's happening. I could see it. It was moving up, up, up. It kind of flattened out, and then you could kind of see it start to shift, and so it feels good.
That's good. That's
And then
great.
I've got these clear levels drawn, so it was like it literally landed at what is it, 587.50, and has a reaction. So it's just nice being able to go, okay, there's a reaction. There's this. I might not make the best choices yet, but being able to see it in advance will, I think, allow me to make good choices when I'm ready to participate, as opposed to that insecurity of should I not. It's like, no, I feel this one looks right. I can justify the theory.
No, that's good. That's good to hear. I mean, that's, it's really it. I think everybody comes to this, and then they overwhelmed with what they think is the complexity, but then eventually you start whittling down the complexity to where then it's you're just focusing on a few things, but then there's still you still have the full knowledge of other aspects that play a role into your thinking. Does that make sense? So you've went from complexity to now simplicity. Like you said, you had an
Right.
aha moment yesterday. Really, all the aha
Huge.
moment was I tried to break it down more simplistic, so to share with you where my conviction comes from. But then keep in mind that even I'm still using a lot of the not advanced. I mean, there's more than, even though I broke it down simplistically, there's still other minor things that are playing a role, is what I would say. Does that make sense?
Sure. No, I have enough to juggle right now, and at some point I'll be interested in the others.
Yeah.
Like there's things like looking at the internals, and I built up the layout with those 3 charts, and I still don't know. I have no idea what this advancing, declining. I don't even know how to look at that. I mean,
Yeah.
I see it here. I flip over. I can see the internals on the 6 top.
There's a training on that, by the
Nasdaq.
way.
I
So
know I need to relook
yeah.
at it. I that's the other thing, is after I've been more inclined to want to be here with you guys real time for the last few days, that I haven't jumped back over and looked at that. So I'm not asking for it to be explained, but it's things like that when I first things first, let me really start to see levels clearly.
Exactly.
Let me start to see the relationship between the indicators, like when momentum line crosses over another momentum line.
Yeah.
Or it's happening on 2 charts and at a level. What is that? So I've got enough to play with that I don't need to layer in that yet.
And you might never have to either. So that's the other thing. I mean, I've looked at it once today, and
It's still useful though, because
Oh, yeah.
I will say, when I did click over and looking at the index, it was like, okay, I see exactly what you're talking about, and I'm on the MNQ. And it pretty much followed. That was really helpful.
Yeah.
I mean, it gave insight into what was going to happen.
Well, and even now the internals they're coming down. The sell-off is coming down, and we're still above the 0 line, but it's coming down to a key level on that. So, it shows that maybe there's probably more downside to hit the key
Mhm.
level as far as capital flow within the internals. So, which is what's playing out right now. And then, but when it hits that lower level I'm showing it on streaming, then that would be where I'd have one more indicator of, okay, let's go long here. That's where sometimes it looks like I'm catching a falling knife, so say. I'm just predictive trading. That's all I'm doing. I'm just predictive trading. All I'm doing is I've seen. So, for instance, big tech is there's two things happening on the big tech chart, which is the middle chart that you see here. There's the RDA. It hasn't checked the RDA since at least for 2 hours, and then there's the VWAP. So there's two things that are in play on this pullback here. Is it going to go back and tag the RDA, or is it going to go down and actually tag the VWAP? And when you might see me enter a falling knife trade, it's usually it's at one of those zones on what would be the big tech, which then usually correlates to somewhere else on the chart. So for instance, chart 4 is telling us the RDA is at 575 or so. So if it exceeds that a little bit, that would be where you might want to go long. But short down to there if you get the opportunity. Like I'm in 6 lots short right now. Or 12. But that's good to hear that yesterday helped.
Oh yeah, yeah. And then even when you throw these out, it takes me. I'm slow because it's new, and so after you say something like that, I then, rather than even ask the question, I'm like, okay, unless I really need to, I'm like, where did you get that number from? So I can, because I really want to reverse engineer or engineer this stuff, which I also find I've been doing anyway with respect to looking at the chart at the end of the day and just going through it. And seeing the correlations and then going, and that's another thing that gives me conviction is when I can start seeing it, then I can get in without that apprehension and the stress of should I or shouldn't I, and how close should my stop be, and or stops. Yeah.
No, exactly. So we're pushing to do a new Sierra chart. Sorry to get off topic, but a new Sierra chart indicator, which is a chart switcher, is a relatively small one. Then we'll move on to the next one. And then probably by the end of the week, I'll have a better idea of where we're at as far as our signal service. Where we're at as far as release of that.
Well, speaking of Sierra chart, well, I don't want to make the switch just yet. Watching you navigate through Sierra chart yesterday when we were in the den afterwards, I was like, oh wow, this is really good. You can do it. You can do your charting and your trading all in one instead of having these. My trading view has one thing, and there's that extra transfer time of information going from trading view to trade evade, etc.
Yeah. No, it is good in that aspect, I think, or relatively in that aspect.
So is there anyone short?
I am. In 12 lots, short from basically my entry is not 591. And then I'm short CL2 in 8 lots at 88 spot 54 is my basis.
Cool, thank you.
But those are counter trades, so one of them is going to be right. I mean, generally oil doesn't sell off with NQ, but it looks like it's happening. So, but I think the NQ is going down to, we got an RDA check on chart 1 that we should be watching. We got an RDA check on chart 4 at 575. The RDA check at chart 1 is 569. And then we have a VWAP level at 557. That if you see my chart on the 5-minute, that teal line is a previous VWAP. And look at, if you, actually, I should just share this. Oh, wait. Why does my keyboard sometimes go off there? Let's see here. So look at that. That's I'm sharing this in general just because I want to show there's multiple ways to get to things here in the system. And you do have correlation. So I'll share this in the general. So what I'm sharing there is the 5-minute chart. And what I want to highlight is see that the teal line there, that is a previous VWAP close, what that is. And that's on the RD key levels. It's a free indicator in TradingView. that is the closing price of a day VWAP. So that's where the VWAP closed. And notice how that was yesterday too. That was yesterday's closing price. So notice how the market came up and basically tagged that, sold off, and then sold off from there, and then came up and tested it again, and then broke through it, and then came down and then went and tested it on the downside and for support and held up as support. And now it's going back down to maybe test the RDA or test that. So, the reason, like, or what I really want to say is that is part of the RD key levels, because it does play. It is a reaction zone and a level that I've found significant over the years. And you use it and interpret it just like every other level that we do in our system. Is that all clear with that picture and everything? How that kind of, you could have just used that level alone and had some pretty good trades.
Yes, I was muted. I was saying that it's about mechanics as well, because you can even have the perfect trade setup and still mess it up.
That's true.
Like I mean, I could give you the exact, okay, this is your entry and this is where it's gonna go. And I think that's the psychological part of it, right?
Yeah, it
It's
is.
just how the market moves, and it moves fast sometimes in one direction, the other, and you're thinking, oh, that's a clue, I should get out. And like you like to say, I'm gonna call the bluff. And yeah, a lot of these are just bluffs to get people out or whatever.
Yeah, it's hard to say what it is exactly, right? I mean, you could say it's to call the bluff. You could also say it's just the way the market moves, or, that's where it's like, come up with some fancy terms like some people do, triple liquidity, double exit, modulated zone, whatever you want to come up with.
I don't know. It just seems like the best trades always look the worst when you enter them.
Yeah.
And for that reason, I miss out on a lot of them because I get spooked. And I don't hope.
So the question for that, you get spooked. Is that because you're spooked because of your not terrible, your entries aren't that great, or you get spooked because the movement of the market?
Because of the price action.
Okay.
Yeah. The price action, sometimes the interests are not good either, but I mean, it's just like the price. I look at the price action, and oftentimes I'm thinking, oh, I'm wrong. So I instantly go into the mentality of, let's salvage this bad trade. Let's get out and break even.
Mm-hmm.
Like I almost always go into that mode. Let's salvage this trade.
Oh, I see.
Look back and analyze them, and I know this is happening, and still can't seem to be able to
salvage the trade because you're tied to actually being in the trade. Is that why? Why do you use the term salvage the trade? I guess I would ask.
Because I'm thinking this is a bad trade. Like
I see.
Let's say it's oscillating around my entry, and I scaled in, and it just continues doing whipsaws up and down, and
So I get it. So, but then you're artificially tying yourself to that has no relation to the market, because it's your own trade entry. It has no relation to actually what the market's doing. It's a psychological aspect because it's where your entry is, right?
It is, and then there's many times where I'm happy that I get out in a little bit of profit here, a little bit of profit there, and then I miss the big move. But just analyzing, looking back, I almost never stay for the big moves, and that really pisses me off because That's really what should be the goal, right?
Yeah.
Is to, okay, you fooled me once, 2, 3 times, but finally I'm in and stick for it. Stick for the big move for the runners. I would guess that a big part of your profits come from actually staying with the winning trade, right?
A good part of my trade profits come from, well, like right now, the key level where basically, you know, so in order to trade right now, you have to have conviction on what direction you think the market's going to go, and you're probably going to have to sit on that for 10 to 15 minutes. So
right now I have conviction that it's going short.
Yeah.
And yet it's now moving up. It's going to the RDA, and that area here, if it doesn't work, it moves so fast that I get spooked out. Right now, I don't know when it's going to stop. So I'm probably early here, shorting at the RDA.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I'm looking at chart 1 too, and I'm looking at the momentum bands coming together.
So now I just shorted. It went back to M9, and I'm thinking, okay, that's a good profit. Let's just take it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't feel like this move up is over. I don't feel like it's completely done. And then I missed the big move, you know?
Yeah, but that's where some of it you do have to get into the mode of, okay, look, I need to trade at sizes where I can actually scale in and scale out. That way I can be part of these big moves. You know, if you're just, and sometimes, I mean, you're at a account size or whatever where you can only, like, I can only do 1 or 2 lots, right? But if you can get to doing 3 lots, you know, like Ken Graves said, cutting winners too soon and letting losers run too much. I mean, that's a common thing, but really, if you're continuously maybe cutting your winners too quick, then it's just, you have to build the habit of like, oh, let me trade in thirds. Let me take 1 off here, 1 off here, and let me just always allow for the runner. And, you know, that's another skill that you have to develop. You know, because otherwise, then you do have to sit. Like the other option is that you have to sit and let the trade go against you for it to work out, because you're never going to have an exact, I mean, very seldom you're going to have exact entries, and you're going to have, you know, you're going to, like I said before many times, it's much easier to manage a trade when you're in profit relatively quickly. It's harder to manage a trade where you have to scale in and you're uncertain about your scale in. And then if you're in a loss, well, number one, you're in a loss immediately as soon as you enter a trade because of fees and everything else typically. But then if you're in a loss for a decent amount of time on a trade, you know, managing that is much different than managing a trade where within 30 seconds to 60 seconds, you're in profit, right? So, I mean, a lot of it comes down to the situation of where you're at, or where you're on, or this, like right now, I see the downside. So I did exit my short because I was a little heavier than I wanted to be at the position. And now I'm working on getting re-short. But we are, I mean, if you look at chart 2, this is also what I mentioned yesterday on the session after the market. We almost to the point where chart 2 is going to change over momentum and price is about to recapture bias on chart 2. But then we have a level at 599, right around 600, which is really key. So really, if you look at from a chart 2 perspective, what's your most important levels? The only levels you need to care about right now is 599 or so, 599 if you want to be exact, spot 25, and 579, spot 50. Those are the only 2 levels that really matter as far as where the market's going to go from a chart 2 perspective. Avoid Vanity said, trading is the only way to survive in these times and help others. I don't care about any other of the things the world provides. I only care about my bank account in heaven. So, which is, yeah, you can't take it with you. So nothing we do here, but at least we haven't figured out how we can take this stuff with us. Yet.
So I will ask this question. That 599 level that you're talking about, I'm looking now again, maybe it's off by just a little bit. I'm looking at the big I'm looking MNQ on chart 4, and the only line that I'm seeing, or the only level that I'm seeing there, is a wick, which is at 600.
Okay, so chart 4. So, you know, chart 4
I'm
is
just trying to find where that level is coming from.
which level?
The 599 you just mentioned on the upside.
Just look at, so I'm looking at NQ, keep in mind. So if you're looking at MNQ, it might be different, but NQ, if you look at NQ, your immediate levels that are going to decide is 599 on, and I can share this on a picture, but let me remove all my levels so I don't need them anymore.
I'm gonna make a new tab so I can also have an NQ chart up so I can follow along a little better.
Yeah, that would be one thing to do too. Is you can just create another tab on where the MNQ would be, and just switch over, and then you can, hey, okay.
Yeah, just have to be careful because sometimes.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes you enter trades in the wrong chart.
Yeah. But that's why you should probably have like a positions tab open too. Because if you have a positions tab open in TradingView, like on the right, then you can see all your current positions, and then you can. Did I get knocked out of all my CL trades? I did, for profit though, I guess.
So I shorted at the RDA.
Yeah.
And now this is easy to manage, right? Because now in
Yep.
profit, I can even like put my stop near the entry.
So I don't know why my lines aren't drawing here. Let me cancel all. There we go. So I'll share this picture. Make it big, man. Make it big. There we go.
You're sharing in general or in the in Q?
I'll just share in general because that's what I've opened. So that's chart 2, and those are the levels. Those are the only thing that matter. If you look at this from a macro, I don't know, micro, whatever, you know, it's going to hit one of those 2 levels, and it's either going to react off those levels and or it's going to break through those levels, use it as support, and continue in the direction. So right now it's going to the downside level, which I'm short. Now it broke through.
I'm with you now 100%. I just got you.
Yeah. So I'm going to take some profit because it did hit the downside level. And then I'm going to put trailing stops in on my short. And this actually has the potential for a decent sell-off here, for a rip down. So I just say that just from, here's why. Well, it's interesting. Because the VWAP hasn't been tested on big tech. And then you're seeing, this is where I'm looking at the underlying. It looks like capital is flowing in to the market. But when you see something like this, that the buy side is getting gobbled up by the sell side. It could be contrary to what you're seeing in the internals. This is why reading the internal charts can be deceiving, because the current candle that you can see here that I'm showing is green, and it looks like it's really impulsing, but the price is going down. So you might be saying, well, what the heck? This doesn't make sense. Well, what you're not seeing is that, number one, that candle hasn't closed. But number two, it's contrary because basically the buy side is all being, there's more sellers basically that is gobbling up all of the buy side activity. But well, I don't want to get too deep. It's an outside. It's the problem with this. This is all everything in the NQ, and what usually happens during times like this is that it's 15 to 20 names that is really driving the market, that capital is flowing into or out to or profit taking. Doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, you don't need to know all that crap. All you need to really know is what's the downside level and what's the upside level. And we can see right now what just happened is it went in, tagged the 579 level. It didn't overshoot at the 579 level. And now what you're watching for is, okay, the 579 level's been tested. Is it going to hold up? And then is it going to the 599? So it's already accomplished breaking the 579. So you're looking for 2 things here, which is, is it going to use 579 for support to then go to the 599 level? Or is it going to do what it's doing right now and break through and then continue down? Now, you also have another level now on chart 2 that just developed right at 573. So there's two ways to trade this. If you do think that there's more downside, you'd be shorting at this zone here, the recheck of the momentum. And then when it comes down and maybe tags 573 again, you fade. You fade the move, because if you look at chart 4, we're right on the RDA at chart 4. Maybe there's an overshoot. Look at chart 1.
Well-
Chart 1 has maybe an RDA check and maybe down to that VWAP test again, right? Anyways, someone spoke up. So what do you have to say?
I was just saying I kind of did the same thing earlier. I shorted at the RDA, and then when it came close to the recent low at 7.7-ish, I closed it, and I was like, okay, there we go again. I might miss the move, but that's not necessarily a bad trade, right? I mean,
Yeah.
shorted at 90, 78. That's like 20 something points.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And it actually does look like it's turning around a little bit, but now I don't know about reshorting. Probably try it at the RDA again. But this third test of the RDA is kind of tricky.
Yeah, I think that there's room for it to come down more, and then basically at that level around 556 reverse.
Yeah,
So,
I shorted at the momentum and shorting down to 73, exactly what you were talking about.
yeah.
And I was thinking, is that like one of those where that's too short of a move
Yeah.
to even bother? Looks like it's holding for now.
Yeah, but I think it can be a little deceiving. All right. I did two BT. What? I did one BTC contract. Long. All right, got knocked out. I'm in one BTC on the long side. It's probably wrong, but we'll see.
So here's an example of what I was talking about earlier. I don't know if this is gonna turn around now, but I shorted at M9, I shorted at 1024, and now I'm thinking about getting out at break even. And it's like, why even bother getting in if I'm just gonna get out at break even? And now reshorting at the RDA, and if this thing blasts to the top, it's extremely hard to manage this trade.
Yeah. I'm shorting. So I'm in the short until,
right. But,
you know,
uh,
you got a sub level 2 on chart 2 where that's right at 593 that it has to break through.
oh yeah, there's a few that should provide some sort of resistance, 93 and 98.
Yep. Yeah. Yep. Also,
I guess the question is one. So now I'm scaled in with 3 contracts. Is it okay to scale out at break even, or do you just hold it?
well, are you short or long?
Short.
Okay. Well, I mean, so you no longer believe in the short trade.
Well, I'd like to see a reaction. I'm not liking what I'm seeing. This is the exact thing I was talking about.
Oh.
Like the price action right now.
Yeah.
Looks to me like it's gonna rip up, and I'm gonna be on the bad end. But
Yeah. So I see the
by the
opposite.
time
I see that the market's gonna come up, and if it gets above 594, see, I'm planning to scale in up to 594, and if it gets up to 594, then I'm willing to, or I'm planning to scale in up to 594.
Gotcha.
So, you know, I'm predicting an overshoot of the RDA, but then that's the next key level there, or next week level on chart 2. and then it better answer pretty quick. But then also then I will have to make a decision. This is the predictive nature. I'll have to make a decision if the market allows me to get out at break even, because then chart 2 will be switching over momentum and bias possibly. But so far, it's not. I mean, this is the pain of sitting through probably what's going to be the next 10 to 15 minutes of this stupid trade for it to either sell off or for it to find support. But chart 2, if I share in Trade Room Alpha, I mean, these are the only levels you need. All right, let me add one more level.
Another thing I've been doing, trying to minimize these overshoots when they're violent, is when it touches and exceeds the RDA, I wait for the candle to close, and I put the limit order right at the top of that candle.
Yep.
At the end of that candle.
Yep.
That way, I get an idea of how far it was willing to go around the RDA. And if you look the last 2 times, that actually was pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure that's exactly why I just got short here at the top of whatever the 89. I just shorted the 89 in my life account. So.
Why is that? Sorry, I'm listening. Recalculate. Chart.
I don't know, but it keeps dying.
Why does that say continuous contract? Okay, there we go. This looks much different. Why does this look much different? Oh, it's on you. Okay, I haven't rolled forward. So is this rolled forward? No, it's not rolled forward. Stupid ass piece of crap. Okay. Is there no simple way to roll forward here?
I thought there used to be.
No, I'm talking Sierra chart. Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm trying to figure out. There's just freaking annoying.
So anybody else short here?
I am. But let's see if anybody else is. Anybody else on the list on shortage?
This.
Yes, I'm short at 580.75, one contract.
All right, I'm going to restart Sierra chart. Might tell me. So now I'm, once again, Kevin Graves is short as well. Unshared on the YouTubes. Anybody on TradingView short? Like I said, so I plan to scale in all the way up to this level here, where we're at right now, and I have to make a decision here pretty quick. Do I reverse or do I let it play out and short more?
Working well so far.
Yep. So now this is where I'm only in 9 lots, but I'd say that that entry is now invalid. Now I'll put in trailing stops all within profit and give it enough room to maybe hit. It's at one level, which is 579. It's at another level, which is 573. And then really, is it going to break down? And then getting ready to go long on probably an overshoot of the OR high, as well as probably down to 552, 550 is what I'd be looking for. Which, if you look at a level on chart 4 is telling you that 545 spot 25 is the next level. It's a weak level, but that's the next level to watch on chart 4.
So thank you. This was, thank you for going with me and helping me out here, because I think I just had a revelation, but this is exactly the training wheels moment where we're all looking at the same thing. We're all doing pretty much the same analysis, but normally out of gotten out at a loss here for whatever reason. When I look at it after the fact, there's no reason to get out. Yeah, it spiked about, there was an overshoot, but like, I think what I need to imbue in my mind is that you always say you have to expect the overshoot, and so you have to be ready for the overshoot.
Yeah. Well, a lot of times, and that's more of a hack.
Oh.
That's a mind hack. Go ahead, whoever is talking.
So it's coming from the double tops. Where's it going?
Well,
so
it's
it's going to the next liquidity zone below, right?
Well,
so where's the liquidity zone
Yeah. Well, where is it?
below? It's at 560 roughly. Is that correct?
I'd say
Victor?
543. That's the next level in chart 4, and I wouldn't call it a liquidity zone. But to me, if you look at the next week level in chart 4 on the NQ, it's 544, 543. That's where it's going. So you really have, if you look at chart 4 and you say, okay, chart 4 from a levels perspective, what are the only two levels I need to be concerned about right now? It's 614 or so, 614 and 544. And then right now, chart 4 is messing around with the RDA. It's deciding whether or not it wants to hold the RDA. So that's one of the reactions that you're seeing here. If you look at chart 4 and you just see what's unfolding on chart 4 on the NQ, that's, I'll share this in general too. But you can see the upside level and the down. To me, those are, if you want to get to simplistics, that is the simplistic of everything. Right there is it's these two levels. And then, wait, what happened there? Did I share the wrong chart? I did share the wrong chart, like an idiot. Sorry. I need to be on the right chart to share the right chart, to share what I'm talking about. That's chart 2 that I was sharing. So there, I mean, look, it's so obvious that you have the downside level right around 545, and then this reaction is all about chart 4 trying to hold the RDA. If it breaks the RDA, then it's going down to that next level, or at least maybe the weak level at 559. That's the next, I think that's what you mentioned, but that's the next level down.
Got it. Thank you. Awesome. Yes.
I was out, now I reshorted a little bit. I'm gonna wait at the RDA again because
Yeah, I got knocked out on all my trailing stops got hit. So, now we're kind of in that time where, it could just play around in a couple ranges, right? So this is where you trade the extremes. And if you're not in an extreme, you either have to have high confidence in the direction that you believe it is, or just make sure you trade in the extremes. Sit on your hands until you're in an extreme and then call the bluff on one of the extremes. Or wait for confirmation that the direction that you think it's going to go, and then get ready to hit, get ready to add or get to the market.
Yeah. But I think the RDA, if this was to continue going short, even with the pullback, I think RDA is still okay. Like, I don't have to wait for the extreme level at 590 or 599.
Yeah, but you look at, so chart 4, if you look at this chart 4 in the NQ, momentum is now short, and the only thing holding up chart 4 now is the RDA.
It's the RDA, yeah, and they're gonna fight, and they've been fighting. Actually, if you look at the last couple of candles, they've been fighting. I mean, perfectly balancing between momentum and RDA on C4. Up in the middle. Okay, let's go. Sort of doing a double bottom here, but if it breaks, oh boy.
There we go. So it is breaking. I think it's going to go down. I think it's going down to the next level. It's either going to be 559 or 545 or 543. And I did short again. So I got back re-in, or I got back re-in. That's proper English, I'm sure.
All right. It's happening.
Yeah, now it's just okay. Now anywhere below 5 to me, between 530, 540 and 532 is the long area.
Yeah, I got out here near the swing band. Still not holding for the whole move, but I gotta tell you, still holding more than I normally do.
So the VWAP of yesterday and today's VWAPs are acting as a magnet, kind of a drawing down the price.
Yeah, and if you look at the internals, I mean, from what's happening, the big tech is now playing around with the RDA, but then there's a VWAP down there, and based on the move, based on the fierceness of this move, at least just now, it looks like it's just going to break through the RDA, and it's going to go down to the VWAP. So if I wasn't talking to you right now, I probably would have been adding to my position. So let's see. I'll try to do an M9 add, but I don't want to get too aggressive because I'm only in 9 lots.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, at the same time, I apologize.
Yeah.
So at the same time, oil should be going up.
Yeah, technically, but you know, it's such a macro move or a minor move comparatively. But you also look at chart 3 on NQ hitting the RDA, and then also we've got the fast momentum or slow momentum at 540. So you've got multiple things correlating here. You've got the strong level or weak level on chart 4 at 543. You have the slow momentum on chart 3 at 540. So you expect an overshoot there. If you look at chart 1 and you say, okay, the only thing you can hang your hat on is the VWAP at 535. So that 540 to 530 level is where you'd want to start retaking profit, to start taking profit, as well as maybe even reverse, for then the rest of the session to slowly either walk itself up or you know, that'd be the zone that I'd be looking for.
Oh, got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think my strength and my weakness is I'm seeing all these little patterns, which is great for scalping. They're always giving me the wrong reasons to get, you know, like getting in and out, and just need to start looking more bigger picture.
Yep. Picked up on, what am I on? Still 9. I didn't get picked up on any of those. So I'm going to add, I have high confidence that it's going to actually sell off to the next zone. So it's messing around with the previous day VWAP. As you can see there, 556 did have a reaction.
Can you explain that previous day VWAP? Because if I look at the previous day, the VWAP was nowhere even near that level.
Yeah, it was.
Or is that doing VWAP on the regular trading hours session?
It's doing the regular. No, it's doing VWAP. But see, one of the things, and I shared this in the VWAP training, that elbow. So you really have 2 prices here, but that is the actual price, the closing price of the VWAP of the previous day. So,
but it's not really.
It is. I know.
because
I
of
have
the,
had this argument with who we developed it with and the developers. So it is, but you can look at it and say it's not, but it is. So, you know, that's one where you have to kind of have faith in the indicator as opposed to like trying to like, hey, okay, I'm taking profits. Sorry, I need to pay attention here.
okay, I see why. You know why?
Mhm.
Because in the last minute there is too much volume.
Yep.
When I zoom in, you have to zoom in. Like maybe if I go to like the 5 second chart, then it becomes a bit more obvious.
Yep.
Yeah, because all
So
the institutions in the last second they're doing all their orders for end of the day,
Yeah.
and that changes the actual VWAP.
All right, I'm
Whoa.
reversing here. I reversed 12 lots and I'm long now. So I was short. Now I'm long. We're up to 60 G's in profit. And now I reversed, catching a fallen knife for a reason, though. It's not catching a fallen knife. For anybody that's listening that's not sure, I'm not catching a fallen knife. We're using the predictive nature of the system that we trade. Now, it might not. I mean, I was early here. So keep in mind, if you're using the predictive nature, you have to realize that sometimes it's going to overshoot even what you think. So you have to be willing to sit through that and scale in appropriately. So, like,
but at the
Okay.
same time, do you think the 50% of the opening range is the kind of where
Yep.
it wants to go?
yeah, that's another aspect that should be on your radar. You should be saying, well, it's so close to the 50%. Why is it not going to tag that, right? So I
Right.
might,
And it made such a determined move down
yeah. So I
alpha
might,
candle.
yeah. So what you might see me do here is, which is probably what I'm going to do, is try to do a little quick scalp here and then reverse again to the short side. And then probably where I probably want to be more in is around 510, 511. But
Okay. And I'm sorry, I have the code for this thing, the RDKL. I
oh,
think it's public.
everybody has it. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna look into this, but I'm telling you, this is not the VWAP from the close from the previous day. It's not. I just looked at it on the 5 second chart even.
Yeah.
That is, I have no idea why it shows the level that it does. Maybe it's a key level, maybe it's important. Maybe he's only using the regular trading hour session. Actually, let me do that. If I do an anchored VWAP from the open,
No,
let's see.
so the true VWAP level would be 576 or 575, around that zone. That's where the elbow's created. So I share this in my training, the elbow trade. I share it all the time. I share that's one of the best trades to do is the elbow trade, the VWAP elbow trade. So are we gonna get? Hold on, I got to trade as opposed to try to reverse engineer
Sorry.
the indicator. No, it's fine. I'm in a reverse here. So now I was up about $3,500. I reversed, and then I'm going to scale in up to the RDA on chart 2. Short. So I'm now short. So I was up, 15 lots, and then we're going to plan. I probably should have maybe held to the RDA, but we were at the slow momentum. If you look on chart 4, I probably would have been best listening to myself here. And because there's a breakdown candle now. Now this could be an overshoot of that chart 4 level that we were mentioning, which is 545. So, but it's so close to the OR 50. I don't know why I wouldn't tap the OR 50, but there's also the VWAP there, so it might use that. So, I have to make a quick decision here of as I get scaled in to the chart 2 RDA, do I cut the trade, or do I stick with it? You could make an argument that basically I probably should have started this position. Yeah, I should have been more patient. I wasn't as patient as I should have been.
But you also have C4. It just went back to the RDA, so you could argue that this was an overshoot of the RDA.
Well, that's what I should have waited for. I should have, instead of starting early like I did, I should have waited for this test of the RDA, and I was even saying it in live, but now I have to sit through a losing trade a little bit to either break even or to be part of this trade. Or I should have just said, you know what, let me wait for the RDA and either start scaling in at the RDA or if it would have turned right there, then added to on the turn instead of doing what I just did.
Yeah, I think this
Okay.
is what I'm considering shorting now.
Yeah, this is the
I'm
good.
kind of where is it coming from? It's coming from the double tops at
Yeah.
the very top. It's painting so far as a turnaround pattern overall. We're coming back, touching RDA and bouncing back down
Yeah.
with momentum short, but bias long.
Yeah.
So, and we're back into the opening range, which it feels very nice and warm and fuzzy in there. So, if the candle closes below it, will continue dropping like here.
Yep.
Back to 50% maybe.
Mm-hmm.
So short. Again, I am going to sell one lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm in 39, roughly at 15. I'm at exactly 550. So I'll have to make a decision here whether or not I have to either get out here or stay in and then plan to scale in. There we are. I'm at break even now. I'm going to stay in until I see a RDA, until I see chart 2 break the RDA. I'm going to trade short. So if chart 2 breaks the RDA, then I will consider getting out. But until that happens, I still see the short side with the OR50
When
being
you say
tagged.
break the RDA, you consider closing above it or detaching from it?
Well, I consider a solid close and then maybe it come back and test momentum on the momentum indicators and then that holding up and then showing a pattern that levels. So it's everything combined, but it really is the first catalyst is a close, multi-closes on chart 2 above the RDA, and then a series of patterns that's showing that the levels are holding from the downside or, so it's, and are the momentum checks holding from the downside. So that's all I'm looking for. But it has to be the first catalyst of, the catalyst starts with multi-closes or solid close above the RDA. Until then, it's really, you know what I mean? It's not, there's nothing to talk about.
I guess it's funny, like I'm asking, like I'm hoping to hear a specific rule, but the thing is, every situation is its own. Because if you told me, "Wow, I'm looking for this exact thing," you're looking for this exact thing in this exact situation, right? Not like, right?
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
there's
I'm
no.
just too rigid with these rules sometimes, and like thinking, okay.
Well, there is a
closes
specific
above.
rule there, though. You get a close above the RDA, then look for clues that
Right.
that catalyst is holding. So it
Right.
it starts with
Is-
that, okay?
Right.
And then then it's all situational. The story of the chart. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know who it is, but
Sweet. Because I've been trying to fix my mic and I finally fixed it.
all right, sweet. That's always good when things work out. Yeah. Well, it's also Discord. Discord says that it takes your default device, but it always does. It doesn't always take your default device. So,
Yesterday, for no reason, I was just suddenly muted.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. And go ahead.
I don't know if anybody else is experiencing this, but basically, I guess my monitors, they're all HDMI, and HDMI also has
Speakers.
It's considered an audio output.
Yep.
And my desktop, I don't have another audio output. So whenever I plug in my headset, it's even though in Discord it shows that it's selected. I have to go in the settings, select the monitor, then select back the headset.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I can't hear you.
You know, you can go into, at least Windows machines, you can go into the settings and remove that from an option. That's what I've done. So what I've done is I've removed all of my monitors as even being able to be an option. So you have to go to like audio settings or something. I don't know which one it is.
Good, good. Thank you. Thank you. That's actually very useful.
Yeah, because it annoys me. Now, the only options that show up for me when I look at my sound volume mixer or anything else are only things that actually that I want to be used, like my speakers or, you know, I'm using the Rodecaster Duo. All right, so that short played out the way we anticipated. Went up and tested the RDA. I'm in 39 lots up to roughly 20K. We will be reversing probably at the daily open, which I would say the daily open aligns with the mid, which is right around 499 spot 50. It's starting to stall here because there's a level on chart 4. And so to me, the next zone is the mid / daily open at 498. Look for an overshoot of that, then reverse and go long, unless this level right here holds. I already got knocked out of some of my trade on my trailing stops. So might get knocked out on some volatility here. We didn't plan to stream this long, but I just kept going. So we'll be cutting out here shortly because I'm not going to stream to the whole. So for those that are new, you want to follow Discord on TradingView, you'll see it says join my Discord. Click that. If you're on YouTube, LinkedIn, other places, you'll see in the description links to Discord. That's where some of the best stuff happens. So you'll want to follow us there. Well, we'll see.
Rex. Oh,
Yep.
go ahead.
Oh,
Well,
go ahead.
this may have already been discussed in this little bit of, volatility here. I just barely was able to rejoin. I was out doing the day job thing. I caught, a bunch of this little last bit of dropping, but in that retest, how do my biggest challenge is I look at it and I set a target, and in my brain I'm like, I'm going all the way to my target and I'm not taking anything less. And of course the market doesn't care what my target is or what I think about it. And so I watch it start to go up and retest. How do you discipline yourself to not just basically eat the market taking your gains back because you're so convinced of a target? Is there some secret sauce you worked out, or
Well, I mean, you have to take
Any
profit
hints on
along the way, and that's why I say trade in thirds. And then, the best thing to do is that you have to psychologically figure out how to either trick yourself or psychologically deal with the psychological issues you have. And then one of the best ways I found is that if you always trade in thirds and you take profit along the way and always allow for a runner, then you never feel like you left out. Now you might say, well, I should have just kept it all in. Well, this is part of being disciplined, which is like, if you consistently take profits along the way at key profit areas, and then also always allow for a runner, you have the best of all worlds then. So that to me is the answer to it, which is, so for instance, you'll see most of the times I always on a move, I typically always have somewhat of a small position still sitting there. And then sometimes I break up that small position and break it up even more so that I can maybe even stick with that trade a little bit more. So that's how you solve that, I think, is that you have to find these psychological or the ways to manage your trades that deal with your psychology.
Yeah, I get that. That makes sense. I do, just coming from a small account world, I have a tendency to not break up my position, into smaller pieces, simply because I'm trading a small piece to begin with. And it's doable in the MNQ. I just need to get a better discipline to doing that. So I appreciate the answer.
Yeah.
I say
Go ahead.
512 I'm looking at 512 to turn around. And it's also pivot time. But again, market can do whatever it wants to do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I got level 512 too.
Nice. Are you looking at my screen?
Yeah, that was it. Actually, that was it. I'm also the one that didn't I mute you earlier? Or
I don't know. But now I know who's the spy. I know who's spying on my trades.
that's me. I've been telling your broker.
Yeah. Now I understand what you meant by saying, "Oh, I was doing some day jobs." I know. I do that too.
That's awesome. And we talked about trading from phones yesterday. I was out. I had to handle most of this from my phone. It's one of the things I do like about trading view is its phone interfaces. I think pretty great. So
the session open is at 5:03, and it's funny how yesterday, Monday, Tuesday, it was like nothing happened, and today's like nothing happened.
Yeah.
If it closes around that time, around that price, it's like a bunch of noise.
Yeah.
Oh, and we have the 50% as well. The 5:00. I don't know.
Yeah, but I would then, I mean, the daily open, I would look, I mean, the next level you have down is 467, but you know, to me, the best, you'll look like a genius actually if you probably reverse right around 492, probably, maybe even 487, and then go long. This is a time where, like I said, predictively wise, that's the way I look at it, is that if it does get down there and overshoots the daily open, you'll look like a
I am
genius.
long from 517, but I don't know if that's going to be a change.
Yeah, I'm still short, but I have all trailing stops in.
Scaling with M&Q, and so
yeah,
it's a micro participation trade.
Yeah.
Like, it's just my theory, my prediction, should I say, is that by the close of the market, this is going to close higher than it currently is.
Yeah, I think it has one more leg down, but that's just me.
Yeah, and I'm ready to scale down.
Yeah. Are you ready to scale down to
like
495, 493?
A lot. That's why I'm doing M&Q, because I'm perfectly okay scaling down quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, M&Q is like pocket change, so whatever. Like, I can scale. So I guess this is more like a swing trade where I have no idea where it's going to turn around, but I expect it to turn around by the close.
Well, my move here, it actually is signaling that it's trying to, but it still has to get above the RDA on chart 2. So that's still the same type of, do we have the same type of pattern?
Right. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But we're changing over.
NDX just tagged the weekly open, little minor overshoot. And I mean, it's, yeah.
I have a crazy idea that I don't know how feasible it is or how much it would really make sense, but if you take the components of the Nasdaq and if you analyze all the stock trades for the components and use those as ticks, in other words, generate a tick chart for the NDX using the composite.
But that's what the up volume, down volume, or the advancing, declining does already. So that's already there.
No, I'm saying to do a tick chart like in Tradeovate, tick chart where it's like 497 and 4,000 on the actual NDX.
Yeah, but well, yeah, but
Like,
you can't do
based on
that
the
in,
real-
they don't let you do that in TradingView though.
Well, of course, no, they don't have tick charts to begin with. I'm
Yeah.
talking about, look, I mean, at some point I was subscribed to Polygon, and I was not downloading, but I had a real-time of every freaking trade, options and stocks, like that was coming to me. I even measured, I had something like 20 millisecond delay from the exchange. So like, and I've been gathering some of that data. I could probably go and test that theory just to see if it will be something worth looking at.
Asensky, who are you speaking to?
I have no idea. I guess I was talking to Reichstag.
Oh no, we're talking to the group.
Oh,
I mean,
well, I was listening. I didn't know if he was answering you.
Oh, no.
It sounded like with dialogue, and I wasn't sure if I was
No, we were
for
talking
whatever.
about NDX and tick charts, but like, yeah, I mean, it's just interesting.
yeah,
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't sure if you guys had a different channel that you were talking in the background too, or that I had gotten cut out because I had the weird thing with Discord yesterday. I thought I was the other half of the dialogue.
Yep.
Where did you get that level? 502? Is that what you said? Where are you pulling that level from?
502 is the session open.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I'm assuming. It's on TradingView also. You can see it.
So is this the good opportunity for the fade trade here?
Nope.
Since we're hitting and kind of a stumbling at 50%?
You're way too early. You need to wait for an overshoot. You need to wait for an overshoot of the daily open or trade on confirmation.
I guess you're trading down to the daily open.
Yeah, I'm in 30 lots up 23K or so. I'm waiting to reverse at like I said before. I mean, you want to see an overshoot of the daily open, especially on the NDX. NDX is so close. Now it could stop here because a lot of times the market loves to fake things out, right? So you need to be open to the fact that it might just stop short of even tagging the daily open because that's, I'm not going to say basic bitch, but that's basic trader, basic trader stuff. So, that's white girl traders right there. We want to get crazy, but that's basic trading 101. Hey, it hits the daily open. I'm going to trade. I'm going to fade that. That is not going to break it. But the markets does a lot of times like to fake out. Like you'll see it like right here. Now it created a level. So now it's pretty clear. There's two levels on chart 4. There is 509 on the NQ and 518. And then you now have a level possible creation on chart 1 right at 308. Oh, that's the NDX. I apologize. Let's go to the NQ. The NQ, yeah.
512.
Yeah, 512, 510 or so. And so it's just short of the daily. So, given the time of the market, we're past pivot 2. This fits pivot 2. So,
Yeah, it's breaking above here.
Yeah. So I'm going to reverse. I went long. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to then call the bluff that it's not going to break. But I'm not going to get too aggressive because I went long right around the RDA check on chart 2. So actually, I'm going to get out at profit here. I'm going to get out.
Okay, I went long also 523 spot 50 long. One kind.
Yeah, I got out and then I'm planning to scale in down. So I'll just wait to get picked up. Wait for the reaction at the RDA on chart 2 and then get picked up maybe around 522. And then, but the problem with this fade right here is it will be painful unless it really gets going because you have reactions on every chart going up. You have reactions on chart 1, you have reactions on chart 2, you have reactions on chart 3, and chart 4 is really, or chart 3, sorry, chart 4, you have reactions on chart 4. Chart 3, you're in a changeover state. So it might be in a changeover. So you have to realize that if you're fading, you have to sit through every reaction zone on the upside now. And it might just rip through them all, but you have to also be prepared to sit through every reaction zone. And also know that it didn't really accomplish the goal of hitting the daily open, but it could be just a fake out, right? It could be one of those fake moves like I just mentioned. I think I'll wait to build this page until my nephew can be here. So I'm in no position on anything right now. It could retest the VWAP then drop. Yeah, I agree. That's where it's going. It looks like there's a VWAP test. So I think I'm gonna go short. I'm gonna short up to 540 and then get rid of these longs and then wait for a daily open test. And I'm gonna jump off here in a second just because we've been streaming all day and we need to focus on other things. So once again, if you're watching on TradingView or YouTube, you want to follow us on Discord. You'll see down below it says join my Discord, or in the descriptions, Discord, you want to join there, or follow on the platform that you're watching. Obviously, that'd be a good way. We're going to be jumping off here shortly just because we got other things to do. And I've been streaming longer than we anticipated today. And I have no guidance for if we look and see. So I'm going to jump off here just because we need to start getting stuff done. I'm shorting up to 540 at this point in time and then looking for a daily open test. So someone mentioned the VWAP test. I think it was Ken Graves on YouTube. Maybe up to 540 matches the fast momentum on chart 1. So what my controller really is chart 1. And then I'm looking for an overshoot of the daily open and then to go long right around 493 or so is what but that could all change in 10 seconds based on what happens in the market. So that's just what I'm saying. That's what I'm trading right now as we jump off here. Nephew Leading, you want to add anything before we jump off the stream? Anybody else wants to add anything? Any questions before we jump off today? Don't know if anybody has any questions before we...
No questions.
Yeah, everything good? All right, good.
Last quick question.
Sure.
Were any updates on signals by any chance?
Yeah, so we'll figure out a kind of time frame on that. We're working on the quick chart changer indicator. And then we are working on another indicator, which is a news indicator. What it does is it plots the news right on Sierra chart, the known news, so that you can see the news time events. I know TradingView does something like this, but TradingView isn't even that great either. This plots the news events right on your chart, so you can see where the known news events are, the high probability news or the high known news events right on your chart in Sierra chart. And then once we get done with that, then we're on to the next stage of the signals. But I'll have a time frame on that. So, and the signals we want to launch with are RDA checks and strong level checks on chart 4. And then certain parameter RDA checks and certain parameter long. So high probability trades, meaning that 90% of the time you'd be wanting to take the trade anyways. So there'd be very, very few cases where you wouldn't be taking the trades.
Got it.
And then we'll move on to more non-high probability trades. And I think what we're going to end up probably doing is these are probably going to be Discord channels. And then we'll figure out how we can maybe expand that. But anything else beyond that becomes cost. And we'll be charging for the signals, but we can't have, like, for instance, text messages. I don't think we're ever going to get there unless we grow more. So...
well, sign me up right now. I'm ready.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm ready too. I want it because I want the ability to not have to watch 6 charts, but then also get the alerts for the highest probability trades, right? Rafael Pera asked, is E-mini Nasdaq going up? I just shared my analysis of what I thought. Number 1, up to 540 short, and then sell off from 540 down below the weekly or the daily open to around 492. Go long. That's what I'm looking to do. It's not trading advice, so you shouldn't listen to me. I know nothing about trading. There we go. Yeah, so we'll jump off here. I appreciate everybody. Is Nasdaq going up? And down. Up.
Thank you. This was a wonderful session.
Yeah, it's
Thank
good.
you so much.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much.
No, thanks everybody for being here and also showing up, and glad some people found their mic to be actually working so they can start participating as well, which is good.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah. So appreciate it. And then we'll be around tomorrow. Tomorrow's Thursday, right? Or is it today Thursday? Is today Wednesday or Thursday? It's Wednesday.
Oh, Wednesday.
Yeah. We'll be around tomorrow. Should be streaming. And I think that's all. I'll if I do, I mean, so far the market's doing exactly what I was calling. So if something major changes in my position of what I'm doing, I'll put it in Discord. So if you're not following in Discord, you should anyways, but I'll just put a quick note and say, hey, this is where I'm at now. But right now, so far, everything I just mentioned on the end of market here, the last half hour looks like it's playing out. All right, I'll have a great evening, morning, afternoon, wherever you're at. We'll talk. We'll see each other. Nephew Elite, you want to add anything? I don't know if you're there.
No, thank you. Awesome session. Thank you so very much.
Sweet.
Yeah, thank you, Rex.
Yeah. Thank you as well. All right. We'll see each other. We're out.
So.
I'm still in Discord, by the way, for a few seconds, but